1. Lenny Cates is dead. Even now, an hour or more away from the nightmare, he could still hear traces of that strange voice uttering those words through a ghostly telephone line. Nightmares and memories were all he could count on these days, but both were notorious liars. For nearly everyone else, the day was coming to an end. For Lenny, it was just beginning. He strode through the cluttered apartment, stopped to snatch his wool coat and scarf from the back of the couch, then settled in the doorway to the bedroom. The shades were pulled, but even in the semi-dark he could see Tabitha's nude body stretched across the rumpled bed. He pulled on his coat, and stepping over dirty clothes strewn from one wall to the next, sat on the edge of the bed. Smells of perspiration, booze, and cigarettes hung in the air. Earlier, when he'd been lying next to her, though he'd been awake for some time before finally rolling out of bed, he'd pretended to be asleep, eyelids open just enough to offer a blurry view of headlights and shadows slinking across the walls and ceiling. Like distant screams, he'd thought, measured, puzzling, and gone before they could be fully processed, these shadows of cars and buses, of people, of ghosts and relics, veterans of concrete and neon virgins alike, tripping through the city in the remains of night. He watched them all a while through his slit eyes, wondering even then why he'd feigned sleep. Tabitha was in her usual deep, alcohol-induced state of unconsciousness and unaware if he was awake or not. Was it simply for his benefit then? Or was it for the shadows, the remnants of others out there whose souls had breached these gloomy apartment walls? Might they somehow see or understand his motives? When he had slept, Lenny was certain he'd dreamed, but couldn't quite remember the specifics. It seemed as though life were seldom his own, and night was no exception. He worked nights, which meant he slept days and into late afternoon, the opposite of most schedules but hardly unique in this city of millions. There were many night people here, working and moving through a metropolis infamous for never sleeping itself, yet no one took particular notice. The machine rolled on even while most of the city slept. Sometimes Lenny wondered if it was because they slept, as if he and the rest of the night people were creations in the dreams of those who moved through the world in daylight, able to exist and come alive only once the others had descended fully into sleep. Or madness. He caught a glimpse of Tabitha and himself in the mirror next to the bureau. The shadowy reflection was jarring and unfamiliar, like looking at a painting, or someone else's idea of who they were, rather than at a literal reflection of who he knew them to be. Swaths of darkness split the mirror image of his face. Was it any wonder he barely recognized himself these days? Who you are and who you see are not always the same thing. The thought trickled through his mind, set to Sheena's voice, or what he remembered her voice sounding like, gone before he could grab hold of it in any meaningful way. Tabitha stirred and lifted her face from the pillow long enough to offer a disinterested glance. What? Her voice was thick and raspy with sleep. Lenny turned from the version of her in the mirror to the one on the bed. I've got to get to work. Okay, bye. Most people who worked days weren't asleep in bed at 4:30 in the afternoon, but lately, sleeping was about all Tabitha did. That and drink. Was thinking maybe you'd want to say something to me before I left. She yawned, rolled onto her back and brushed blonde hair from her eyes. Like what? A dawning gradually devoured her blank gaze. It's today? Yeah. He dug a pack of cigarettes from his jacket pocket. It's today. Happy birthday. He stabbed a cigarette between his lips, sparked it up. That's it, huh? What do you want, a party with hats and shit? 39 today, figured you'd remember. You're such a baby. I didn't forget your birthday. Tabitha struggled into a sitting position and reached for a bottle of vodka and a glass on the nightstand. That's because you're perfect in every way. He let it go, and instead, through the curling smoke and cover of shadow, let his eyes drop across Tabitha's body. He'd loved her once, hadn't he? Maybe he still did. I'll be home in the morning. Try to get yourself together while I'm gone. She poured herself a shot, threw it back. Yeah, I'll get right on that, Dot. He moved to the doorway. Get some rest. Try to get out of the house. Where am I supposed to go? It was a good question. There was so much to do here and at times still nowhere to go. The whole goddamn world was lost. I don't know. We're all we've got, she said softly. Deal with it. Despite the sudden change in her tone, in the near dark, with her wildly mussed hair, smudged makeup and pained expression, she looked almost demonic. Almost. I'm not sure I'm coming back. You always say that. But you always do. He looked away, as if something on the floor had caught his attention. Are you really going to work? He shrugged. Liar. You're going to that house she left you at. Either she could see through the wall to the suitcase he'd packed earlier, or he was just that easy to read. I don't really want to go, but... What do you want, Lenny? I need to get out of here for a while, figure some things out. Are you going to the house that bitch left you? Don't call her that. You didn't even know her. Neither did you from the sounds. Just beyond the shadow-laced walls the city bustled around them, constant and disinterested. You're really gonna do this? She finally asked. I have to, Tab. Your life's here. What life? This one, Lenny, this is it. This is how it works. What do you want, a fucking parade, fireworks, what? I'm tired of living this way. Beats dying. You say that like those are the only two choices, but... Her glassy eyes blinked at him through the darkness. They are. 2. By the time he'd made it across town, picked up his rental car and was on the road, it was nearly 6 o'clock. After a decade and a half of making New York City his home, leaving it all in his rearview seemed inconceivable. Yet there he was, driving away from what little security he had, on his way to see a house he'd never set foot in, located in a town he'd never even heard of, in a state he'd only visited once as a child. Actually, the idea had been in his head for months. 6, to be exact, as the property Sheena had left him went through probate. Now that time had passed, the property had cleared and Lenny had assumed full ownership of the cottage. In those months leading up to this night he'd toyed with the idea of simply selling it, of never even going to see it, but that seemed disrespectful. It was, at best, odd that an old girlfriend he hadn't seen or spoken to in 20 years had left him her home and everything in it, especially since their relationship had not ended well, but it was that very aspect of the situation that convinced him to go there before making a decision. He had to at least see it. Maybe he could stay a while, get a break from the city, his night job as a front desk clerk at a rent-by-the-hour hotel in one of the worst neighborhoods in Manhattan, and a break from Tabitha and all the stress the remains of their relationship was causing of late. A literal ghost from his past had sprung from the fog of everyday doldrums, beckoning him to some unknown place for unknown reasons, and he felt he had no choice but to listen. He owed her that much. He'd continued to think about her over the years, and while he'd never pursued it, had numerous times toyed with the idea of trying to find her. Ultimately he'd done his best to bury it all and move on with his life, but then the lawyer called to explain about Sheena's death, her will and his inheritance, and it all came crashing back. The news hit him harder than he'd ever imagined it might. A lump that began in his throat crawled into his gut and nested there, leaving him nauseous and lightheaded as tears welled in his eyes. But Lenny wasn't certain if the tears were solely for Sheena, or if he'd been crying for himself too. It hardly mattered just then. Countless thoughts and reminiscences had already begun to sweep through his mind in a whirlwind of regret, denial, and sorrow. She'd returned, though not as he'd wanted or sometimes fantasized she might, and now it was too late to say the things he needed to say, too late to make things right. Perhaps in her own strange way, this gesture of leaving him the cottage had been her attempt to do just that. As he crossed the Triborough Bridge, the city lights reflected and gliding across the Chevy Impala's windshield, Lenny replayed earlier conversations in his head again and again, as if to assure himself they had actually taken place. When he'd first come to New York to pursue an acting career, like thousands of other young hopefuls, Lenny worked as a busboy and then a waiter. But eventually he'd taken a job at the hotel on the night shift so he could spend his days making the rounds, going to auditions and attending acting classes. The money wasn't nearly as good, but it was also less demanding. A relatively easy gig, most of his shift was spent reading or watching a small portable television mounted on the wall above the front desk. Whenever there was trouble, he'd call the police, or if necessary, resort to the baseball bat behind the counter. But in all the years he'd worked there, he'd only had to intervene personally in 2 situations. Usually threats were enough to send the drunken patrons, junkies and prostitutes who frequented the hotel on their way. Besides, most of the regulars had come to know him over the years and rarely gave him a hard time. Though Lenny had several casual acquaintances, the only person he felt compelled to say goodbye to was Walter Jansen, his closest and oldest friend. He also knew he could count on him to explain his departure to the others. He wasn't up to making the rounds with everyone, explaining again and again why he was leaving. He and Walter had met at an acting class years before. Though Lenny toiled for more than a decade, he'd never achieved much in the business. His career had consisted of small parts in a handful of off-Broadway plays, and a few close calls, near flirtations with larger success. Walter was taller than Lenny, better looking, in better shape, and if Lenny were honest with himself, more talented. He'd also been more successful. He'd landed several minor stage roles, some decent parts in low-budget independent films, and a couple months before, a national television commercial which had earned him more money in a month than he'd made in the previous 10 years combined. A few years prior, Lenny had stopped going to auditions and decided he'd had enough. The disappointments and continual failure to achieve anything meaningful in the industry, or even artistically, had beaten the passion he'd once had for acting out of him. After coming to grips with the fact that he wasn't getting any younger and his dreams were more than likely never going to come to fruition, he saw no point in kidding himself and continuing on. And yet, walking away from it and working a meaningless night job at the hotel left him even more empty and uncertain, not only about his life and his future, but about himself. He'd gone to see Walter the morning before he left the city. Walter answered the door with a towel cinched around his waist and shaving cream smeared across his face, his thick dark hair still wet from a shower but already styled and combed into place. "Come on in, I'm taking a meeting later with that new agent I was telling you about," he explained, ushering Lenny through the tiny apartment to an equally cramped bathroom. "This chick's talking more national commercial work and regular auditions for guest shots on network gigs. This is serious." After years of struggling, it looked like Walter was on his way, and though Lenny couldn't help but be a bit envious, he was genuinely happy for him too. "All this good stuff happening and you're bailing on me." "Come on, man, I'm not bailing on anybody, You were wrong when you decided to walk away from acting," he interrupted, standing before the bathroom mirror as he ran a razor across his face, "and you're wrong now. Happy birthday, by the way, dinner and a movie on me when you get back." "Thanks. I just wanted to say goodbye before I took off, that's all." "Why do you say it like you'll never be back?" "Because I may not be." "Horseshit. What are you going to do at some cottage in Vermont?" "New Hampshire." "Whatever. You're a New Yorker, Lenny. The city's in your blood now. It was once, back when I still thought I could make it." Walter stopped shaving long enough to point his razor at the lone window in the room. "It's all out there. You just have to keep after it. It's over for me. I know when I'm done. I'm minutes away from meeting with a new agent and you're channeling Sylvia Plath, appreciate it." "Okay, I'll do what Tabitha does and just wallow in the shit, how's that?" The Tabitha thing's a whole other conversation. She's killing you. You just don't like her. I tend to dislike people who treat you like shit. Life hasn't exactly worked out like she'd hoped either. She's a classically trained dancer, for Christ's sake. In an instant she blows out her knee and it's over, just like that. She pours coffee for a living, how do you expect her to feel? It's you I'm worried about. I'm no different, just another failed actor, dime a dozen. Fate took her out. You took yourself out. The problem with Tabitha is she's rubbing off on you. You should have never let her move in with you. Just do me a favor and check in on her from time to time, will you? He turned from the mirror. Are you serious? Tabitha hates me. Do it for me. Walter let out a long, dramatic sigh. Okay. I better get moving. He returned his attention to the sink, rinsed the razor under the faucet a moment. What are you going to do up in the middle of nowhere? Besides, the whole thing with this girl is a sore spot for you, always has been. Why dredge up all that negative shit from the past? What possible good could come from this? It's just something I have to do. Fine, then go do it. He continued shaving. Go up there and look at the birds and bunnies and shit, whatever the hell it is people do there, and get all weepy about some old girlfriend you barely knew from a million years ago. And when you've had your fill of that fun fest, sell the dump for whatever you can. Between that and what I'm pulling down from this TV spot, we can put together a production of that play we've always talked about doing. Yeah, Lenny said, knowing even then he was lying. Sure. Walter's face dissolved, morphed into Sheena's. He held it there in his mind a while before he realized it was a 19-year-old version of her, the only one Lenny had ever known. For some reason, it had never before occurred to him that his visual memories of her were frozen in time and severely dated. Even prior to her death, that Sheena had been gone for years, transformed into a woman of nearly 40. My God, where the hell had the time gone? He wondered if she would have recognized the 39-year-old version of him. Did he really look that much different? He probably would to her. How could he not? Life changed everyone. Lenny drove on, leaving the city behind. After nearly 6 excruciatingly monotonous hours, during which he covered parts of Connecticut and Massachusetts, Lenny finally arrived into New Hampshire. More than an hour later, he came across a large rest area which also housed a diner and an information center. Across the street was a small roadside motel. The diner was still open, so he pulled off for a pit stop. He'd not eaten all day, and hadn't stretched his legs since a quick bathroom break he'd taken several hours before. According to his directions, he was still about 30-odd minutes from his destination, a small rural community known as Trapper Woods. The lot mostly consisted of 18-wheelers and other commercial vehicles, but there were a few cars as well. From the limited amount of traffic he'd encountered on the highway, Lenny was surprised to find the lot so busy. He stepped from his vehicle, gathered his coat in around him and lit a cigarette. It had been chilly in New York, but the temperature here was significantly lower. If nothing else, after hours of watching endless stretches of dark highway passing beneath his hood, the cold helped clear his head. He took a few quick drags, then flicked the cigarette away and strode across the dirt lot to the diner. A neon sign advertising the place illuminated the area enough so that Lenny could read the face of his wristwatch, 11:23. He slipped inside. A burst of forced hot air greeted him along with the smells of brewing coffee and fried foods. Lenny sidled up to the counter, chose a stool, then reached for a laminated menu stuck between 2 napkin dispensers. He glanced around. Formica and stainless steel everywhere, a grizzled short-order cook working furiously in an open kitchen just beyond a back counter, 2 waitresses jockeying plates of steaming food, and numerous travelers and truckers huddled in booths along the counter area. Near a section to the right of the entrance, several video arcade games, pinball machines, and vending machines lined the walls. Beyond them were restrooms. The sound of sizzling meats, utensils clanking plates, and a steady hum of voices filled the greasy air. All his years of acting had taught him to study things, to see things others might miss. A large part of being an artist meant studying the world, everyone and everything in it, with a keen eye, mindful to absorb and notice all that was playing out before him. All of it, any of it, could be used later, in his work. Lenny flipped open the menu. What used to be my work, he thought. Still, it was a hard habit to break. One of the waitresses appeared before him, pad at the ready. Lenny ordered a turkey club and a Coke, then leaned on the counter and slowly panned his head back and forth, eyes casually moving from one person to the next. Two truckers who seemed to know each other sat on stools a ways down the counter. A middle-aged woman in a business suit sat in another booth, talking into a cell phone. She caught his stare and raised a disapproving eyebrow. He looked away. In another booth, a man and his young son devoured cheeseburgers, thoroughly enjoying each other's company. It struck Lenny as odd that the boy was still up at this late hour, but perhaps he and his father were traveling together or on their way home from some event and had decided to stop off for a bite to eat. Perhaps it was a special occasion that allowed for the boy to be up well past his bedtime. Maybe it's his birthday too, Lenny thought. It made him think of times he and his father had gone out to eat, just the two of them. Those had been rare occasions, but memorable ones. His father had passed away a few years before, and he envied the little boy, sitting there so full of hope and innocence, having a burger with his dad. As Lenny's gaze moved beyond the end of the counter, he saw a man playing one of the pinball machines in the adjacent room. Tall and thin but powerfully built, the man was early 20s and dressed in black jeans, black boots, a black hooded sweatshirt and a black leather jacket. His black hair was thick and wavy but slicked straight back off his forehead, and he wore a perfectly groomed goatee. A pair of dark sunglasses hung from the neck of his sweatshirt, stuck there at some earlier point in the day and perhaps forgotten. The waitress returned and slid a plate in front of him. His turkey club sandwich sat atop a mountain of thick onion rings sopping with grease. He could already feel the heartburn. "Anything else, Han?" "I'm headed to a town called Trapper Woods." "Do you know if they have any decent motels there?" "They don't have any motels, isn't but 500 people in the whole town." She pointed at the motel across the way. "That's it right there." "How are the rooms?" She smiled mischievously. "Now darlin', what makes you think I'd have any idea?" Lenny laughed, and rather than answer, took a quick bite of sandwich. Still grinning, she moved away, but under her breath said, "Nothing special, but cheap and clean." Asterisk 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 asterisk. It was an apt description. The room was small and boxy, with low ceilings, inexpensive carpeting, and cheap wood paneling on the walls. A television that looked like something out of the 1970s was bolted to a table against one wall, and a rickety bed was pushed against another. A pressboard nightstand held a lamp and a telephone, and the bathroom, though also dated, was tidy and clean. The only mirror in the room was a full-length model attached to the back of the door, which made looking in that direction without seeing himself impossible. At first he'd stood before it a while, looking at his reflection like he'd never seen it before. But it had nothing to do with narcissism. His reflection worried him. He switched on the TV, kicked off his shoes and climbed onto the bed. The mattress was thin but adequate, if not wholly comfortable, and it felt good to stretch out and relax after so many hours in the car. A local channel was showing the classic film The African Queen, so he watched that a while. But soon, his mind wandered and his eyes drifted off to the watermarked ceiling and all the cracks and lines traversing the plaster overhead. He rolled off the bed, went to the door and flipped open his cell. The push of a button led him to his voicemail, and a second selection played the message his mother had left for him earlier. Though he'd already listened to it once, he felt the need to do so again. "Happy birthday, sweetheart, it's Mom." Lenny smiled. He loved the way his mother always identified herself when she left him a message. As if otherwise he'd have no idea who she was. "Sorry I missed you. Did you get the card I sent? I'm sure you and Tabitha have plans, just wanted to let you know I love you. Happy birthday." He played it again as his eyes filled with tears. She'd be all right, he assured himself. Besides, it was better to let her think he was out somewhere celebrating. He snapped the phone shut and pulled the curtain back enough so he could look out the window to the lot beyond. The diner was still open but nearly empty now. A set of headlights passed along the highway and were gone, returning the road to darkness. The phone rang, startling him. He checked the ID on his cell. Tabitha. Christ. Nearly 1 in the morning, she'd be in rough shape by now. "Hey Tab. A muffled cough, and then, Lenny, dot. Yeah, you okay? Heavy breathing and what may have been quiet sobbing. Tab, are you all right? Happy birthday, baby, she said, voice badly slurred. Happy. You need to go to sleep, okay? Happy birthday, It's okay, time to get some rest now. You'll feel better in the morning. Just, happy birthday, okay? Okay. Thanks. Where are you? New Hampshire. In a motel. Are you with that girl? That girlfriend you had, that. Sheena? For God's sake, she's dead. I know what you're doing, you fucking liar. Lenny rubbed his eyes, hoping it might slow the headache he could already feel pulsing in his temples. If you keep drinking like this. Fuck you. Yeah, okay, I gotta go. Hang up and go to sleep, Dot. I can't sleep, she said, voice calmer now but still trembling. Turn off the light and put your head on the pillow. I'll call you tomorrow. I'm scared. I'm having bad dreams, Lenny. There's nothing to be scared of. They're about you. They're scaring me. They're just dreams. You're dead in the dreams, Lenny. She began to cry. You're bleeding. An icy finger tickled his neck. You had a nightmare, that's all. You were bleeding. I'm not bleeding. Now go to sleep. She sniffled then coughed again. I love you. I know you do. Do you still love me too? He cleared his throat, forced a swallow. Yes. You mean it? Yes, I mean it. Lenny, are you coming back, Dot? He pictured her sitting up in bed, nude, barely conscious and struggling to hold the phone to her ear, empty vodka bottles lying around, the ashtray on the nightstand overflowing with spent butts, her eyeliner smudged and smeared across her cheeks and her hair a tangled mess. And on her knee, that horrible scar. Yes, he said, biting his bottom lip like this might somehow exempt him if his answer turned out to be a lie. But not for a few days. I'll call you tomorrow. Hang up and go to sleep. Tabitha muttered something unintelligible and the line went dead. He placed the phone on the nightstand and turned toward the bed. Something dark darted past the corner of his eye. Terrified, Lenny spun around, hands raised defensively. He'd fully expected to see an intruder standing there, but it was only his reflection in the mirror on the back of the door, silent and staring at him from the shadows. For a moment, the reflection held his attention. And then he looked away. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Nothing made sense. It was all backwards and distorted. Unclean and depraved, he could feel their presence there in the room with him. With sight and sound out of sync, his eyes strained through the darkness toward strange patterns gliding along the ceiling and floor. Terror took hold, strangling him like a helpless child. There's something there, I see it, something moving. His mouth opened, but he couldn't speak. Help me, what is that, what is that, Dot? Visions of Sheena burst through the darkness and those things creeping within it, winding through his head like runaway film, burning, blistering, popping and coming apart, psychedelic dreams dissolved by the heat of a light bulb. Sitting on old cement steps, a stack of books in her lap, her head turned away, eyes looking sadly at the dusty wall, the worn floor, or maybe nothing at all, Sheena seemed to see everything but him. Lenny knew this scene, remembered it well. He knew, for example, that he'd stepped closer, and the shadow he cast had finally caught her attention. He also remembered how she looked up at him with a coy smile. Painfully innocent but with a hint of mischief, her smile shook him, left him unsure of what to say. All he could think to do was wink at her, like they shared some profound secret. Sheena winked back. Their secret was safe with her. He crouched before her just as she reached into her jacket pocket and came back holding a ballpoint pen. Their eyes remained locked throughout, even when her smile transformed into something hideously demonic, even when she nonchalantly turned her hand palm up and stabbed the pen down into her exposed forearm, ripping it free only to slam it into her mangled flesh again and again, even as blood pooled in her wounds and sprayed her neck and face. An intricate web of whispers lured him from the visions and back to the darkness of the motel room, or something similar. All your idols turn to sand. The murmur from the shadows next to the bed sounded like countless voices layered one atop the other to form an eerie echo of foul whispers. As one voice trailed off to silence, another slithered past, thousands of snakes hissing from a nearby nest, the size of ancient demons hot against his face. Guilt, regret, sorrow, fear, anger, tears, it only made them stronger. Lenny's back arched, but he was otherwise paralyzed, arms out straight and legs stiff as if in seizure. Mouth open and drooling, his eyes remained wide, bloodshot, and glistening in the darkness. God help me! Please, I can't breathe, I can't. Your gods are false. A noise crackled faintly in his ears. Like leaves crunching beneath someone's feet, Lenny thought. Not leaves, the unseen whispered. Bones. Asterisk. After a night of sporadic sleep plagued with hellish nightmares, Lenny was relieved to see morning come. His body ached like he'd been up digging graves all night. Perhaps he had been. A slight headache still tingled along his temples, and though a hot shower helped quell the muscle pain, it did little to relieve the headache. The strange dreams had been reduced now to mere flashes, bits and pieces of some larger lost whole, but much of the imagery still clung to him, a residue left behind from some other place and time. The memories of Sheena had always been part of his life, but generally he managed to keep them bound and in the background. This latest glut of memories and dreams, one often indistinguishable from the other, had begun 6 months before when Lenny first learned of Sheena's death. Of late, they'd become more severe, but he'd never experienced anything like he had the night before. It was almost as if the closer he got to the last place Sheena had been alive, the more powerful and jarring they became. Not long after sunrise, he was back on the road. 3. Lenny sped along the winding country road, watching for street signs but finding only mile upon mile of dense forest looming on either side of him. He'd followed his directions to the appropriate exit for Trapper Woods but had yet to see another car or any hint of civilization since. He was just about to consult his directions again when he saw an aged sign on the side of the road emerge from the forest up ahead. Trapper Woods, EST 1782. Lenny slowed the car. Finally, just around a bend in the road, the beginnings of a town. He bore to the right, following another sign, this one for Main Street, and continued directly onto a charming little boulevard. Quaint as a postcard, the sidewalks were immaculate and the buildings meticulously maintained. Rather than chain stores, generic architecture, or fast food restaurants, Trapper Woods' commercial district, such as it was, consisted instead of modest rustic buildings sitting on square manicured lawns all arranged in a tidy row. Small independent businesses dominated the area, and just beyond lay an attractive town square, complete with benches, a public park and a small fountain. At its center stood the statue of a grizzled frontiersman straight out of a James Fenimore Cooper novel, a musket clutched in his hands and a coonskin hat atop his head. Located on a nearby street set back on a large hill in the distance, he saw a post office, town hall, and a library. All looked like historical structures from another era that had been restored and refurbished over the years. If Trapper Woods had its own police and fire departments, they were apparently located elsewhere in town, as Lenny saw no evidence of either. He pulled into a vacant parking space and considered his surroundings a moment. Traffic was practically non-existent, and he counted only 3 people strolling along the street. This place was the absolute antithesis of the congested, noisy traffic and hordes of human waves surging across Manhattan's sidewalks he was used to, and all things considered, maybe that wasn't such a bad thing. Lenny stepped from the car into the brutal cold and hurried across the street to a lawyer's office at the corner. Once through the door, he found himself in a nondescript reception area. A middle-aged woman behind a desk looked up over half-glasses and smiled. "Good morning, can I help you?" "Morning," Lenny said, noticing she was wearing long white gloves despite being indoors. He tried not to look at her hands, Maybe she had a skin condition or something similar. "I'm Leonard Cates here to see Mr. Kinney." The woman removed her glasses, put aside the paperwork she'd been attending to and reached for a telephone on the corner of her desk. "One moment, please." She relayed the information into the phone, then hung up and motioned to 3 comfortable chairs along the side wall. "Mr. Kinney will be with you momentarily." "Thank you." He removed his gloves and scarf. She pointed to a long table against the back wall outfitted with a pot of coffee, styrofoam cups, paper napkins, and a box of donuts. "Help yourself." Lenny poured himself a cup of coffee and had just zeroed in on a chocolate donut when a man of perhaps 60, meticulously groomed and dressed in an expensively tailored pinstripe suit, emerged from his office. "Mr. Cates?" The man closed the gap between them in 2 quick strides and offered his hand. "Alec Kinney." Lenny shook the man's hand, which tightened on his own like a vice. "Nice to meet you," he winced. He released him and motioned to his office. "Come in." Kinney's office was large and as nicely outfitted as any big city lawyer's suite, complete with an enormous mahogany desk, a couch, matching chairs, and a fully stocked bar. Various framed degrees and awards adorned the walls, and 2 large windows faced Main Street, the vertical blinds drawn but not entirely blocking out the morning sun. As Kinney slid into a plush leather swivel and spun around to a file cabinet, Lenny sat in one of the matching chairs in front of the desk, his cup of coffee held in both hands. His hand still ached from the ridiculously firm handshake, and the warmth bleeding through the cup felt good. Kinney removed a file folder from the cabinet, then spun back around to his desk and wheeled closer. The lawyer looked nothing like Lenny had pictured in his mind when they'd spoken on the phone. He'd expected a country bumpkin type, but Kinney was nothing at all like that. Tall, lean and handsome, he sported expensive jewelry, a professional manicure, neatly styled silver hair and a matching pencil-thin mustache. "I know this isn't a pleasant situation," he said, "but it's a quick and clean transaction. Now that the property's cleared probate, everything transfers to you automatically. I just need your signature on a couple standard forms and you'll be good to go. I've got all the town paperwork, tax info and whatnot here in your file. You'll be taking that along with you so you can look it over at your leisure. Have you decided what you're doing with the property?" "Not yet. If you need a realtor, let me know. I'll put you in touch with a good one." He opened the folder and spread it flat across his desk. "The house itself is about 10 minutes from here. There's no central heat, but there's a wood stove. Is there electricity?" Of course, but along with the phone, it was disconnected shortly after Ms. McElroy's death. If you're planning to stay a while, a call to the power and phone companies should remedy that easily enough. Otherwise, you ought to get yourself some candles or a nice oil lamp. Harry's Hardware, just a couple doors down. They'll take good care of you." Lenny couldn't decide if he liked Alec Kinney or not. He returned his attention to the paperwork. At any rate, it's a 2-story, 1-bedroom with a full bath and an unfinished cellar. Sits on 3 acres. Compared to the broom closets posing as apartments he'd lived in over the years, the property sounded positively palatial. "I have some questions about Sheena I was hoping you could shed some light on." "I'm happy to try, but I didn't know her well. In fact, we only met twice." "How long did she live in Trapper Woods?" "A little under a year, moved here from Massachusetts. She bought the property from the estate of the original owner, an older town resident who passed away a few months before she got here. Ms. McElroy paid cash, which is why at the time of her death there was no mortgage to settle. From managing her estate, I can tell you she'd received a rather large insurance settlement after her husband's death." Husband, Lenny thought. He assumed she'd probably gotten married and had children at some point, but he'd never really considered it in any depth. For the first time it became more than a concept, it was real. A stream of visuals flooded his mind. Who was her husband? What was he like? Were they happy? Though he knew it was absurd to allow such feelings, he felt oddly jealous. Apparently he was killed in an industrial accident, Kinney continued, and she was awarded a sizable sum of money from a life insurance policy he had. She and her husband had accumulated a considerable amount of debt, and much of the monies were spent to settle their affairs. She also spent a good deal of it on the cottage. The rest she lived on. She didn't work, to my knowledge. At the time of her death, the balance remaining was just shy of $40,000. After what few bills and expenses she had were paid, including my fees and those involving having the body shipped back to Massachusetts, per her will, $20,000 was donated to an animal shelter in Manchester, and her car was donated to a veterans group in Concord. The remaining balance, nearly $15,000, was left to you along with the cottage and its contents, but even though Lenny had lived most of his life paycheck to paycheck, and had never had more than a few $100s in his checking account at any one time, he tried not to think about the money or the monetary value of the cottage. Do you know why she came here? Maybe she wanted a place where no one knew her and she could mourn the loss of her husband privately. She seemed like a nice woman, but she was understandably troubled, a very sad sort. I'm just trying to figure out why she left everything to me. I hadn't seen or spoken to her in 20 years. You mentioned that on the phone. She and her husband never had a family? She told me there were no children. Doesn't seem like her. She always wanted kids. Kinney remained silent. But why me? There must have been someone else in her life, a friend or someone she was close to. I've seen a lot stranger things. He chuckled, shook his head. I had one client who tried to leave her house to the birds in her yard. People are strange, Mr. Cates. All I can tell you is there was no family or next of kin. I know her father wasn't in the picture, Lenny said. She lived with her mother, though, and she also had an older sister. They're both deceased. At the time her will was prepared, she told me her mother had died from a heart attack a few years prior and that cancer had taken her sister more than a decade before. She also stressed there were no other living relatives she was aware of. It's my understanding she was very much alone. There had evidently been a dark cloud following the poor woman for some time. And then for her to die as she did, such a senseless and tragic thing, well, it just brought it all to a very sad end. A vague memory of Sheena's mother drifted past Lenny's mind's eye, followed by one of her sister. He'd only met them once. You said on the phone Sheena died in a fall? Apparently she lost her balance and fell, yes. She was found in the kitchen, at the base of the stairs. A rush of heat spread through Lenny's face. She died in the house? The stairs in the cottage aren't that big or long, but they're rather steep, so it's still a nasty fall. Ms. McElroy broke her neck rather severely. The coroner said she died quickly. I didn't realize she died in the house. Are you a superstitious man, Mr. Cates? Not particularly. It's just kind of creepy knowing she died there. Local fella by the name of Gus Govan found her. He's an odd duck, a bit touched. Kinney pointed to his temple. He suffered a head injury when he was a kid, so he's slow. He makes his living doing small jobs around town. Ms. McElroy hired him to do some minor work around the property and to cut wood for her. Gus went to the house one morning and saw the body through a window. Tragically, she'd been dead a few days by the time Gus found her. Did she have any friends locally? She was quite friendly with Meredith Kemp. Her property's the closest to the cottage, but that's the only other person I'm aware of that she interacted with on a regular basis. She kept to herself, mostly stayed out at the cottage. You mentioned the body was returned to Massachusetts. Per her will, it was shipped back where she was buried in a family plot purchased some years before. The particulars are here in your file, the cemetery and plot information, etc. He organized the paperwork, then pushed a few forms across the desk. I have a meeting out of town later, but I'd be happy to drive you to the cottage if you'd like. You can follow me out there. It'd be a lot easier than trying to give you directions as it's a rather secluded area. Thank you. I have a few things to take care of before we go. Kinney slid an expensive gold pen from a holder on the desk and handed it to him. In the interim, if you want to cash the check or transfer the funds elsewhere, the bank it's drawn on is just down the street. And don't forget to stop in at Harry's for candles and lamps. Harry's, Lenny mumbled, right. He took the pen. Not so very long ago, Sheena had been in this very office, probably sitting in this same chair, talking to Kinney about drawing up her will. And all the while she'd been thinking of him, planning to leave virtually everything she had to him if something happened to her. And then something had happened to her. Not years, but months later. It seemed too strange to be coincidence. Lenny looked down at the paperwork and all that was left of her, there before him now in a neat little pile. Did Sheena ever say anything to you about me? He asked quietly. She said you were an old friend. Anything else? No, Mr. Cates, nothing else. Silence fell over the office. Lenny sat staring at the line where he was supposed to sign, the pen frozen just above it. I know this is difficult, Kinney finally said, and you're probably feeling guilty about the inheritance. But remember, Ms. McElroy wanted you to have these things. She wouldn't have seen to it otherwise. True, Lenny thought, putting ink to paper. The question was why. Asterisk 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 asterisk. With a small package that included the paperwork and a check just shy of $15,000, Lenny left the lawyer's office and went directly to the bank. After having the teller cash out $2,000 in small bills, he had her wire a deposit for the balance into his checking account in New York. Next stop was the hardware store, where he purchased some candles, a box of stick matches, 2 hurricane lamps, a cooler, and a battery-operated AM/FM radio. From there he shopped at the general store, bought some cold cuts, a loaf of bread, a big bag of potato chips, mustard, a case of bottled water, and a couple bags of ice. Lenny loaded everything into the trunk of the Impala, then made his way to the liquor store. He grabbed a bottle of Jack, a 6 of Bud, a 2-liter bottle of Pepsi, a carton of Camel Lights, a handful of candy bars, some chewing gum, and a Slim Jim roughly the size of a yardstick. As he made his way down the sidewalk and back to his car, a man leaning against the side of the insurance building said, "Can I bum a light?" Lenny glanced at him and nodded, reaching into his coat for his lighter. He handed it to him, and as he looked into the dark lenses of the man's sunglasses, he realized he'd seen this person somewhere before. Early 20s, tall and thin, dark hair, goatee, dressed entirely in black. The man lit his cigarette and handed the lighter back. Thanks. And then it clicked. The night before he'd been at the diner playing pinball, Lenny was certain of it. Once back at the car, he added the bag from the liquor store to the others in the trunk, then looked over to the man in black. He was still leaned against the building, smoking his cigarette and staring down the street as if captivated by something in the distance. Lenny followed his gaze, but there was nothing out of the ordinary or of any particular interest he could see. An uneasy feeling slithered through him. Something about this guy. All set? Lenny turned and saw Kinney standing over by the curb next to an enormous SUV, his breath swirling about in tumbling clouds. Everything all right, Mr. Cates? Yeah, Lenny looked back at the building. The man was gone. 4. As they left, the state road pavement turned to dirt and the terrain became badly rutted. Kinney's SUV led the way, effortlessly bounding over each bump and furrow. Lenny gripped the steering wheel tight as the Impala bucked and bounced along the narrow passageway through the forest, jostling him about as if he were on horseback. He slowed the rental car to a crawl for fear he might otherwise do damage to it, and looked up at the enormous bare trees towering overhead and looming on either side of him. It felt like he'd entered a tunnel. He could just imagine how dark this road was once the sun set. The drive there had not taken long, but the farther they drove from Main Street, the decidedly more desolate Trapper Woods became. The houses dotting the forest landscape and sprinkled throughout town were mostly older, modest, well-kept homes situated on fairly large lots, but by the time Lenny turned onto the unmarked dirt road, they'd all but disappeared. He hadn't seen a house or even another car in 2 or 3 minutes, just mile upon mile of dense, rolling forest. About 60 yards in, Lenny got his first glimpse of the house. The dirt road emptied into a clearing in the woods and became an acre-size lot. In the center stood a small 2-story house, and at the far end of the property was a freestanding outbuilding roughly the size of a 1-stall garage. The yard and land was dirt and pine needles, basic forest floor, as it had apparently never been seeded and there had been only minor professional landscaping beyond its initial clearing. Along the side of the house was a narrow gravel driveway which led directly to the padlocked door on the outbuilding. A simple black mailbox was mounted at the end of a paved walkway leading to the front door of the house, and an old flagpole, sans flag, stood in the front yard area. The house was old, weathered, and looked like it could use a good power washing, but appeared quite sound structurally, as did the foundation. The shingles were a dull gray color, stained and worn with time, the elements, and neglect. The windows and black shutters were relatively new and in good shape, and there were 2 doors, a front and a side, both basic models with glass panes at the top divided into 4 small squares. The outbuilding, a cement block structure that looked even older than the house, was something of an eyesore but appeared to be tightly constructed. The roof and wood door were both severely weathered, but from all indications still sturdy, and the 2 small windows along the side wall facing the road were filthy but intact. A massive pile of expertly chopped and neatly stacked wood reached a quarter of the way up the right outer wall of the building. Alongside it sat a thick stump with an axe protruding from it, the blade buried deep in the wood. Lenny pulled into the driveway. Gravel crunched beneath his tires. Kinney stopped in front of the house as Lenny dropped the Impala into park and sat watching the property a moment. The area was quiet, beautiful, and about as far from the cement and noise of New York as one could get. There was stillness here, a quiet he hadn't experienced in some time. The property possessed an intrinsic charm in winter, but Lenny imagined it was probably far more beautiful in summer. He took it all in, pictured Sheena walking across the yard from the house to the outbuilding, so young, as he remembered her, not looking at him but striding gracefully by, the same expression of distracted deep thought he'd seen on her face so many times in the past. Had he been pressed to express his feelings just then, Lenny would have been unable to do so, as there were too many conflicting emotions firing through him at once. There was something unsettling about this place where Sheena had spent her final days, something ominous, and yet, there was also something serene and otherworldly about it, like he'd stepped back in time to revisit a reality lost so very long ago to the ghostly empire of dreams and distant memory. Lenny stepped out of the car and crossed to Kinney's SUV, eyes still drawn to the house. The buzz of a power window snapped him out of his trance. Not exactly Manhattan, Kinney said, but not a bad little property. What do you think I could get for this place? I wouldn't think all that much. The market's the worst it's been in years, and a property like this has its limitations. Trapper Woods isn't for everyone. It'd be a guess, but I'd say maybe 120. Apparently Alec Kinney's idea of a lot of money was quite different than Lenny's. $100,000 could change his life. Then again, the lawyer said, not to be crude, but where there's no mortgage you're looking at pure profit. Profit, yes. Not so sure about the pure part. Kinney offered an understanding nod. I've got to get to a meeting, he said, holding out a small metal ring that held 3 keys. This opens both house doors. He fingered a shiny silver key. The other is for the padlock on the garage. Lenny took the keys. They felt strange in his hand. They didn't belong there. I want to give you a contact name and number. If anything happens to me. Why would anything happen to you? Just in case. From his wallet he produced one of Walter's business cards. You never know, right? That is true. He took the card. Anyway, that's the guy to contact should I have any difficulties out here. Are you in poor health? No, just taking precautions being out here alone is all. He smiled but couldn't read Kinney's expression. If I can be of further assistance, let me know. Thanks, I appreciate all your help. Good luck to you, Mr. Cates. Lenny watched the SUV turn around then head back out, the vehicle bouncing along the bumpy dirt road as it went. He felt uneasy being alone here, like he'd been abandoned, and for a split second the notion of jumping back in the Impala and getting the hell out there occurred to him as a real option. But he dismissed it and tried his best to approach this rationally. If he planned to spend a few days in the house, he knew he'd have to get over this foolishness pronto. For God's sake, he thought, it's just a little house and a garage set in the woods at the end of a dirt road. In fact, at first glance there wasn't anything creepy about the house at all. But he couldn't seem to shake the feeling that there was more here than met the eye, and not all of it good. It was purely speculative, of course, and none of it made much sense, but Lenny could sense something here, and whatever that something was, it made him edgy. Christ, he sighed, looking around nervously. Haven't had the willies like this since I was a kid. What the hell's the matter with me? Something moved in the trees to his right. A squirrel scurried along a low branch, stopping just long enough to sit back on its haunches and stare at him, little hands out in front of him and clasped together as if in prayer. "Hey buddy," Lenny said, voice hollow in open space. In reply, the squirrel effortlessly vaulted away, hopping from branch to branch as he climbed the tree before finally disappearing from sight somewhere near the top. Keys in hand, Lenny walked back to the driveway and followed it to the outbuilding. It stood stoically in the cold winter air, looking like no one had set foot in it in years. He unlocked the padlock and slipped it free. The door had a handle rather than a knob. He clutched it and gave a pull, but it stuck. A second, harder tug yanked the door loose and it swung open, releasing a small misty cloud of dust that danced through the air but quickly dissipated. Along with it came the strong smell of burned wood, gasoline, and a few other faint odors he couldn't immediately identify. Lenny stepped through into the dark building, hands searching the wall for a light switch before he remembered the electricity was off. Rather than return to the car for a flashlight, he swung the door open wide as it would go and let daylight slowly wash over the interior. It was a basic open workshop. No interior walls and no furniture, but for a wooden stool set before an ancient workbench on one wall. A wood stove sat in the far corner, and nailed to the walls, high up near the ceiling in several places were numerous deer antlers, most cracked and discolored with age. Must have been from the previous owner Kinney had mentioned. He was relatively certain Sheena would have never possessed such things and wondered why she hadn't taken them down. Then again, she probably hadn't spent much time here. He could picture an old man building things in this space, fixing things or puttering around with his tools and trinkets while the old wood stove burned. What he couldn't picture was Sheena being comfortable in such a setting. He looked around, eyes following the dark contours of the roof. Lots of old tools and bric-a-brac were stored along the beams crisscrossing overhead, and a ladder lay against another section of wall, an older model made of wood but still sturdy as best he could tell in the limited light. The floor was cement, the walls unfinished, and the small windows blurred with grime. More antique tools lined much of the wall space, most organized neatly on scarred wooden shelves or hung from pegboards. An assortment of shovels, handsaws, rakes, picks and brooms were leaned in corners or hung on the walls, and a relatively new snowblower was parked in the corner opposite the wood stove. Next to it, a rusty charcoal grill was partially covered by a plastic cover, and along the base of the wall to its left were several gas cans, an assortment of empty wooden buckets, some paintbrushes and rollers, and a chainsaw. A few unopened boxes of motor oil sat on lower shelves, and on another were plastic cases housing thousands of loose nails, nuts, bolts, screws and washers, all in individual compartments. Lenny moved back outside, closed and padlocked the door, then followed the driveway back to the house. At the head of the walk he stopped and eyed the cottage, still apprehensive about going inside. A light wind cut through the trees, rustling the forest and reminding him just how cold it was out. In New York City no one was ever truly alone, but here it felt like he was the last man on earth. An odd tingling feeling swept the length of his spine, up along the back of his neck and out across his shoulders. The speed with which it moved, the intensity of it, and the violent shivering it induced was unlike anything he'd ever experienced. Fear detonated deep within him as the tingling shot down his arms and into his fingertips, and he suddenly found himself gripped with terror so profound he could feel himself completely losing control. But just as he began to come apart, the sensation left him. Heart racing, Lenny stood on shaky legs, stunned, lightheaded and trying to understand what had just happened. Something palpably colder than the winter air had passed directly through him, invading, throttling him and departing so quickly all that remained in its wake was an empty feeling of confusion and sorrow. He could still feel the chill in the air, but whatever had caused the rest was gone. His breath left him in large cloudbursts. Smoky specters, they twisted and turned skyward before vanishing, as if magically, into thin air. Lenny reached for his cigarettes but his vision blurred as his eyes began to water. He removed a glove and wiped them clear. His fingers still felt like ice. He lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply then slowly let it out. Maybe he wasn't truly alone here either. Asterisk. Once Lenny had finished his cigarette he dropped the butt and crushed it beneath his shoe. With renewed resolve he quickly unlocked the front door to the cottage and stepped inside before he could think any more about it. He walked directly into a kitchen. The back wall consisted of oak cabinets and a stainless steel sink. Above the sink, a window dressed in sheer, off-white curtains looked out over the rear of the property. The wood stove Kinney had told him about and a modest table and chairs occupied the wall to his right, and to his left was a refrigerator and small closet. The floor was an inexpensive dark tile, the walls a dull tan, and the counters white formica. The ceilings and trim were oak and had been beautifully crafted, but gave the house a very confining feel. The living room was off the kitchen and furnished with a couch, 2 comfortable chairs, a coffee table, a desktop-sized stereo set on a shelf along with some hardcover and paperback books, and an old console television in the corner. But this room too was dark and cave-like. The ceilings and floor were hardwood, and the walls wood-paneled, so despite the 3 windows in the room, it felt like he was standing inside a large wooden box. A door in a tiny alcove just off the living room led to the cellar. Lenny opened it, peered through thick cob and spider webs down the stairs to the cement floor below. Looked empty but for a washer and dryer. He closed the door, moved back into the kitchen and looked at the staircase leading to the bedroom upstairs. It was also beautifully finished oak, but Kinney was right. It was relatively small but unusually steep. Lenny hesitated, looked to the section of floor just beyond the base of the stairs. That was it, the exact spot where Sheena died, where her neck had cracked and the final breath had left her body as she lay crippled. He looked away and fought off the horrible visuals filling his head. The lone bathroom was on the other side of the staircase and to the left of the kitchen counter. Oddly enough, it was the brightest room in the house. Through the single window on the back wall he could see the outbuilding in the distance. The bathroom had been updated fairly recently with a white tile floor, a bathtub/shower combo and a toilet and sink with a mirrored medicine cabinet above it. For some reason, a towel had been draped over a good portion of the mirror. He lifted it and revealed his own puzzled reflection. No cracks or stains, just a regular mirror. He pulled the towel free, tossed it atop a small hamper, then exited the room and returned to the foot of the stairs. This time he looked up. The narrow passage only added to the claustrophobic feel of the place, but beyond that he could see a doorway to the bedroom. He forced himself forward and up the stairs, holding a railing installed along the right-hand side until he'd reached the second-floor landing. The lone bedroom was the largest room in the cottage, and also much brighter than the rest of the house. Though the same woodwork existed here, 2 large windows filled nearly the entire front wall, which flooded the room with sunlight. The bed was king-size and took up a good portion of the room. A large bath towel lay in a heap across its foot, as if dropped there moments before. A basic oak bureau with a large mirror mounted above it filled the interior wall, and against the other was a small desk and chair. The house was meticulously maintained, neat and clean, though an even layer of dust had collected over everything in the months the cottage had sat empty. But the bedroom, like the rest of the house, seemed unusually cold and lacking in personal touch. The old expression, "a woman's touch," certainly didn't apply here. This was a practical, functional, neatly kept little house, but one completely devoid of warmth or personality. It was hard to imagine anyone happy living here. Sheena's face floated through his mind, her eyes filled with tears. Night, so many years ago, Sheena sitting on the floor, head bowed. Lenny's stomach clenched. Unlike many memories he had of Sheena, the vision was neither detached nor without context. He'd only seen her cry once, and clearly remembered the scenario from which the memory had been drawn. He did his best to push it away as he crossed to a walk-in closet and opened the door. But for a few pairs of shoes and a handful of outfits hanging from a rod, the closet was empty. Turning to leave, he saw himself in the bureau mirror. He looked even more uncomfortable than he felt. It was like he was trespassing. What right did he have to be traipsing through someone else's house, invading their private space and rifling through their belongings like a two-bit thief? He left the room, only to freeze at the head of the stairs. The staircase looked even more treacherous from the top. Ignoring mental images of Sheena falling and crashing to the floor below, her body twisted and broken, he made a slow, cautious descent, then dropped down into the kitchen. He listened to the house. But for the occasional whistle of birds outside, it was deathly quiet. The constant buzz Manhattan produced had become embedded in his consciousness over the years, as had the vibrancy it elicited. As a result, what should have been peaceful and relaxing was instead suspicious. The world wasn't supposed to be this still. The pulse of the city had always helped to mask things, and without that filter, the raw emotion behind the real tempest raging in his mind was impossible to ignore. "That's why you wanted me to come here, isn't it?" he asked the silence. "Because then I'd have to remember." He tried to imagine her there, standing in the kitchen with him. His voice drifted through the house unanswered. Lenny headed for the door. It was time to unload the car and get himself settled in as best he could. ********. He left the groceries and booze on the kitchen table, then broke open a bag of ice, filled the cooler and set the beer, Pepsi, and cold cuts inside. The second bag he left outside next to the front door. It was cold enough out to keep and would more than likely get even colder overnight. After setting up and filling both hurricane lamps, he placed one in the living room on the coffee table and kept the other in the kitchen. The candles and box of matches he left on the kitchen table, where he could access them easily if need be, and then he turned his attention to the radio he'd purchased. It was enclosed in a plastic blister pack, and after wrestling with and swearing at it for close to 10 minutes, he finally stormed over to the drawers and rummaged through them until he found a steak knife. Slashing at it like Jason Voorhees on a camp counselor, the thick plastic finally gave way and he was able to pull the radio free. He turned it on and searched the dial. Nothing but static. Okay, awesome. He switched it off. That worked out perfectly. Lenny plunked down into one of the chairs at the kitchen table and ate his oh-my-god-sized Slim Jim. He tried to clear his mind of nightmares and anxiety and thought instead about New York. Hopefully Walter had been signed by that agent. He'd try calling him later, and he'd check in on Tabitha too. Maybe if he was lucky he'd catch her sober. It seemed strange not to have his job at the front desk looming over him. He wondered if he'd ever go back there, if he'd ever spend another night babysitting the damned. Maybe they were babysitting you. Again, set to his memory of Sheena's voice. Yet it sounded more like something Tabitha might say. Swallowing down the last of the Slim Jim, Lenny grabbed a beer, popped the cap and lit a cigarette. Man, he thought, I need to get healthier. I'm getting too old for this shit. Got to quit smoking and... You're dead in the dreams, Lenny. He defiantly threw back some beer. You're bleeding. He slammed the bottle down and got to his feet. Okay, now what? What the hell am I even doing here? He paced about the kitchen like a caged animal. This is ridiculous. A mistake, I made a mistake. I need to just sell this place and go home. This is your home. And forget all about this bullshit, Anne. You can never forget. Why did you do this? What do you want from me? All your idols turn to sand. He smoked his cigarette angrily, drawing long and violent drags. Why the hell was he so uneasy? Why had he been having such horrible nightmares and thoughts? Who was that man in black he'd seen? Where had he gone and how the hell had he disappeared so quickly? Your gods are false. He leaned on the counter and watched the outbuilding through the window over the sink. Sheena was dead and gone. Whatever she'd hoped to accomplish by leaving him this place was pointless. None of it meant a damn thing now, not their past, his sins or hers, apologies or lies, regrets or grand epiphanies. It was all meaningless. It was too late. He was too late. Lenny checked his watch. Almost 1 o'clock. Asterisk 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 asterisk. When he'd finished his cigarette, Lenny made himself a sandwich, opened another beer and the bag of potato chips and had lunch. He ate stoically, mechanically. You're an actor, he told himself, you're trained to manipulate and control emotion. Use those skills to keep yourself centered. Keep all this at bay with the tools you've acquired over the years. Play the part. You're just a guy sitting at a table eating a sandwich and drinking a beer. Be that guy, nothing more. His mood lightened as he remembered some of his early acting classes and many of the sillier exercises his teachers put him through. Even then, as an enthusiastic young man so certain fame and fortune and a legendary career lay just ahead, he'd found many of them downright asinine. Today we're going to be a tree. Become the flower. Convince me that you're a shoe. Of course he had no way of knowing then how pointless the entire endeavor would become. All those years of study and struggle, chasing that brass ring and never coming anywhere near it. What a waste, he thought. What a waste of a life. Apparently Sheena's life had slowly spiraled down into nothingness too, but at least she'd fallen in love and gotten married before being brutally snuffed out mere feet from where he now Saturday. Lenny looked over at the spot. Eating was suddenly far less appealing. He put aside the remains of his sandwich and checked his cell phone. The signal was adequate but not great, so he threw on his coat and went outside. In the yard the signal improved significantly. If Tabitha had been able to get herself out of bed she'd be at work, if not she'd be in no shape to talk anyway, so he dialed Walter's number instead. As the call connected, Lenny strolled around the side of the cottage and noticed an old picnic table leaned against the back of the house. You've reached Walter Jansen. Leave a message after the beep. A tone sounded. Hey, it's me, just checking in, Lenny said. Hope things went well with the agent. Let me know. I'm at the house in Trapper Woods. It's a decent little place, but you were right, too many bad memories. I'm putting it on the market so I don't see me staying long, couple days at most. Anyway, give me a call when you can, I actually have a good signal out here. He snapped the phone shut and was headed back for the house when a strange clinking sound drifted through the woods. It sounded like keys jingling but he couldn't tell where it was coming from, only that it was getting closer. Just as he'd homed in on the direction, a big black dog with a thick coat galloped up alongside him, the tags on his collar rattling. Tail wagging, the dog playfully jumped up and put his front paws on Lenny's chest, nearly knocking him off his feet. An enormous wet tongue lapped his face. Lenny chuckled, holding the dog's neck with one hand and petting his head with the other. Good to meet you too, mister. Marley, get off in you clown. Still dancing with the dog, he managed to turn and look behind him. A woman in her 40s dressed in a heavy coat, sweater, jeans, boots and a knit hat, stood a few feet away. She looked like she was trying not to laugh. Sorry, did you two want to be alone or? Yeah, do you mind? The dog dropped back to the ground, tail wagging furiously. That's Marley, the woman said. As you can see, he's extremely ferocious. Regular Cujo. Sorry we startled you. I didn't realize you'd be here. Marley and I always pass through on our daily walk, hasn't been anyone around in a long time. It's nice to see some friendly faces, dot. The woman looked him over. You must be Lenny Cates. And you knew that how? Meredith Kemp. She offered a small, gloved hand. Sheena's friend, he said, accepting it. Alec Kinney told me about you. And Sheena told me about you. Good things, I hope. Meredith motioned to the house. Plan on selling? Yes. Smart. She nodded as if confirming it. The locals will snatch it up. I live in New York City, my life's there. Never liked cities much myself. Attractive and petite, with piercing blue eyes and a rosy complexion, Meredith Kemp had the fresh look and effortless beauty of an aging girl next door. But her abruptness seemed in direct contrast to her soft, easygoing appearance. Are you staying here? Just a day or two. Marley ran off across the yard, bounding about playfully. She glanced at him briefly, then returned her attention to Lenny. The electricity's off. I have candles and a couple oil lamps. Got the wood stove filled? Not yet. But from that pile it doesn't look like I'll be running out any time this century. She laughed lightly. Gus Govan used to cut wood for her. He had a crush on Sheena from the start and was always helping her out around here. She was nice to him. Most in town aren't. He'd show up to chop and stack wood and be at it all day. Nice man, but he has mental problems. Her expression shifted. Whatever humor she'd been reminded of had left her. Then again, he may end up being the only one in this town who isn't crazy. Lenny cocked an eyebrow. Oh yeah, why's that? As if she hadn't heard him, Meredith said, Hey, it's supposed to go below freezing tonight. Make sure that wood stove's going strong or it'll be freezing in there. Okay, thanks. Have you had a chance to look around inside yet? Not much. Why, is there something I should be looking for? You never know. Keeping up with her little asides was quickly becoming more annoying than intriguing. So were you and Sheena good friends? Her eyes took on a faraway quality, like she was remembering something specific. We got to be really close before she died. From what Kinney told me, sounds like she had a tough time. Meredith bent forward at the waist and clapped her hands together. Come on, Marley. Come on, boy, time to get going. The dog barked in response and started back toward them. Let me give you some friendly advice. Put this place on the market, go home and wait for your check. That's the plan. But I hoped that. If you need to talk before you go, just behind the workshop there's a path. Follow it all the way, little over a mile, and you'll end up at my place. I'll make coffee, we can chat. Thanks, that sounds nice, he said, still not quite sure what to make of her. Maybe you could fill me in a little more on Sheena's life. I don't know if you're aware of this, but we hadn't seen or spoken to each other in years. She told me. Do you mind if I ask you a quick question then, She sniffled a bit, then removed a ball of tissue from her coat pocket and dabbed her nostrils with it. Go ahead. I'm trying to understand why Sheena left everything to me. I mean, I know there weren't many people in her life when she died, but you were her friend. Why didn't she just leave the house to you? Meredith began to walk away without answering, then stopped and looked back, her expression equal parts irony and pity. She liked me. A burst of nervous laughter escaped him as she and Marley started off across the yard. What the hell does that mean? I have to go. Get some wood inside and start that stove. Wait a minute, what? In the morning, if you still need to talk, stop by my place, okay? Though frustrated, he acquiesced. Yeah, sure, thanks, Days are short in winter. She looked to the pale gray sky stretched out over the treetops like an empty canvas. It'll be dark soon. With a sad smile, Meredith slipped into the woods, following the path for home, her dog trotting dutifully alongside her. 5. Propped in a dark corner of the workshop and covered in cobwebs, Lenny found a rusted but functional wheelbarrow. He loaded it, pushed it back to the house and stacked the wood in a metal holding bin on the floor next to the stove. Also in the bin was a small stack of old newspapers. He crumpled a few sheets of newspaper and tossed those in along with some kindling. Using the stick matches to get it going, he then added some wood. Once he had a decent fire underway, he closed the top and headed back out to return the wheelbarrow to the shop. For the first time, the biting fresh air felt good in his lungs and the physical exercise had his heart pumping and his blood flowing. He felt stronger, more alert, and revitalized than he had in some time. Once the wheelbarrow had been put away, Lenny padlocked the door behind him and started for the house. But something stopped him dead. The stump next to the woodpile, an axe had been buried in it just moments before, and now it was gone. He walked around the side and rear of the stump, hoping maybe the axe had simply become dislodged somehow and fallen to the ground, but it was nowhere in sight. Turning back to the house, he noticed a steady stream of smoke churning from the chimney. Otherwise the property looked the same. His eyes panned slowly across the surrounding woods, back along the dirt road and then to the driveway. As they settled again on the house, Lenny found what he was looking for. A misty plume of breath led him to a lone figure facing the rear of the house. Dressed in jeans, boots, a heavy flannel shirt jacket, and a ratty-looking hunting cap with ear flaps, the man stood completely still. He was large, at least 6'3", well over 200 pounds and powerfully built. Perhaps he was peering through the kitchen window, Lenny couldn't be sure, but one thing seemed obvious even from a distance. The man's stance coupled with the positioning of his arms indicated he was holding something relatively heavy in front of him up near his chest. Exactly the way someone might hold an axe. Lenny reached for the cell phone on his belt but came up empty. He'd left it on the kitchen table when he came out to load the wood. His heart sunk. The phone gave him a sense of security he'd grown accustomed to, a constant link to the outside world to help, and now the tether had been cut. He considered going the other way, following the path to Meredith's house. Surely she had a phone and he could call the police from there. Then again, there was a good chance this was that Gus Govan character. Meredith and Kinney had both said he was a nice man, just a bit slow. Maybe there was no need to panic. Lenny took a few steps away from the workshop. "Hello?" he called. "Hey." "Hello?" The man didn't turn around, didn't move at all. The property was eerily quiet. It seemed impossible the intruder hadn't heard him. Lenny cautiously began to close the gap between them, attempting contact every few steps. "Hello? Can I help you? Hello?" When he was within a few feet of the man, Lenny realized just how large an individual this was. He still couldn't see the man's face, but from the position of his head, he did appear to be gazing through the kitchen window. "Excuse me," Lenny said. "Can I help you?" The man remained still. "Hey, buddy." He gently put a hand on the man's shoulder. "Can I?" The man whirled round, axe raised. "Whoa!" Lenny backed away, hands up. "Easy." Much of the man's face was covered with a bushy and unruly black beard. His bloodshot eyes were crazed and consumed with terror, and he gawked at Lenny as if trying to identify exactly what it was he was looking at. Unwashed strands of hair dangled from beneath his old hunting cap, and as his chapped lips parted they revealed brown, chipped teeth. In a deep and gravely voice he asked, "Who are you?" "My name's Lenny," he said, offering a smile he hoped might calm the man. "Are you Gus? Gus Govan? How you know my name?" The man shook the axe threateningly. "How you know my name?" Lenny took another step back. "Meredith told me you were friends with." "Why you here?" "I own this place." "No," the man said, moving closer. "This is Sheena's house." "It was, yes, but Sheena passed away and now the house belongs to me." "She left it to me, do you understand?" "I'm staying here for a few days." Gus looked around quickly, like he was searching for an avenue of escape. Or perhaps he was making sure Lenny was alone. At close range, the man smelled like he hadn't bathed in eons. "It's okay," Lenny told him, fighting an urge to block his nose. "You can put the axe down. I'm a friend." "Sheena," he said in a softer voice. "Sheena died. You found her, didn't you?" Without warning, Gus lunged for him and swung the axe. As the big man gracelessly lumbered past, Lenny sidestepped him and threw a punch that connected just below his ear. Gus grunted, then lost control of his legs and crashed to the ground. The axe fell from his grasp and landed a few feet away. The big man laid there, spittle bubbling from his mouth. He made no attempt to regain his feet. Adrenaline racing, Lenny ran both hands up into his hair, pushing it back and away from his face as he let out a deep breath. He hadn't had a physical confrontation with anyone since college and was shocked he'd been able to land a punch so skillfully without even thinking about it. The big man suddenly began to cry. "They killed her, they killed Sheena." "Who did? Who killed her, Dot?" "Nobody's what they look like. She never hurt nobody and they killed her." Gus struggled to his hands and knees. Head hanging, he continued to sob and babble incoherently. Lenny had never heard a grown man cry like that and couldn't help but feel sorry for him. "Look, it's all right. Calm down. Are you okay?" As he reached for Gus's arm, the big man screamed something unintelligible and stood upright on his knees. The last thing Lenny remembered was a huge fist slamming into his chin, his head snapping back, and the sky moving overhead, gliding past just before he hit the ground, and it all went black. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Sheer curtains billow and sway as a summer breeze blows through the open windows. In a room reliant on moonlight, the long, flowing curtains resemble ghosts flying through the tall windows, spirits from the dark city streets below beckoning the eye to their sensual, hypnotic movements. As if alive, the curtains swirl and slide across her naked flesh, wrapping her in a gossamer cocoon before unraveling and floating free. Fluttering higher into the air only to return seconds later, they gracefully descend upon her again and begin the process anew, servants of a night wind disguised as ethereal playmates. Even then he remembers the first time he saw her, sitting on the steps at school, books in her lap as she stared off into space. He recalls her inexpensive clothes, lack of even the most basic jewelry or makeup, and an intense aura of loneliness. Her hair is dark red, nearly auburn, quite thick but styled in a short cut that covers only the tops of her ears. Deliberately mussed on top but held in place with a generous amount of gel, her salon hairdo is the most noticeable thing about her, and looks out of place on such an otherwise unassuming young woman. Despite her loose-fitting jeans and the unflattering blouse she wears, he can tell she possesses a medium build. She is neither heavy nor thin, with breasts large for her frame but not grotesquely so. There is a soft look to her body, one naturally feminine and naively sexy. But what stands out in her, he remembers, far beyond her physical traits, is an air not only of vulnerability, but weakness. Through predatory eyes she is the gazelle separated from the herd, slower and paying less attention to her surroundings than the others, a victim waiting to be victimized. And yet, he does not remember himself as a predator in the least, rather as a young college student himself, attracted to a sad and lonely girl deep in troubled thoughts sitting on a staircase. He remembers feeling empathy, as his life has been a struggle with loneliness as well, but he also knows he uses this as an excuse to erect walls and an arrogant persona to protect him from pain and to keep him focused on his plans for the future. He realizes even then he cannot let anyone or anything derail him from his dreams. But Sheena has no such barriers. Her pain is immediate and raw, her throat fully, submissively exposed. He remembers moving closer and catching her attention as other students and faculty hurried past, none taking even cursory notice. He remembers her looking at him for the first time, how he winked at her, and how she quickly winked back, effortlessly following his lead. Something deep within him stirred as they stared at each other, a sensation Lenny had never before experienced, something organic and exhilarating, but base, primal. "I like your hair." "Really?" Her voice is soft and breathy, stranded somewhere between woman and little girl. My mom paid for a new hairdo for my birthday present. Cool, happy birthday. It was a couple days ago, but thanks. Still looks really pretty. Her light skin flushes. I was afraid it looked silly. No way, it's cool. She looks away and blushes deeper, a smile curling her thin lips. Thanks. I'm Lenny, I'm a theater arts major, you? Sheena, she says, journalism. The fluttering curtains bring him back to the apartment in Boston she shares with 4 other students. Unlike most, Lenny takes a Greyhound home each night rather than living in an apartment or dorm, though occasionally he stays here with her. Sheena? She turns from the window, looks back at him over her shoulder. Do you remember the day we met? Sure, it was only a few months ago. Why were you sitting on the stairs all alone like that? You looked so sad. Sheena smiles, touched that he's asked. I was depressed, I guess. What about? Sometimes I feel like I'm wasting my time at school, like I'm kidding myself or something, like I'm here because I have nowhere else to go. You don't really want to be a reporter? She shrugs. That's hard for me to relate to, he says, reaching for his cigarettes on the nightstand. I've known what I wanted to be since I was a little kid. Always wanted to be an actor, nothing but. You'll be great. You're already so talented, half the time I can't tell if it's really you or if you're just playing a part. Me either. But maybe that's not such a good thing. He lights a cigarette then lies back against the cool pillows, his body slick with perspiration and still damp from sex. It's okay, I like you either way. I've never known anybody who believes in me the way you do, but you don't need anyone else to believe. You're so confident and go ahead, say it. Cocky. But that's good, you need to be, that's a really tough business. You know, lots of times I think I'm wasting my time at school too. I don't know if I'll make it 4 years here. Some days I just want to pack up my shit and go to New York or LA and get on with it, you know? She looks at him in a way that indicates she does not know, that she'd like to but cannot relate to such reckless abandon. Not yet. He watches her in the dark room, the curtains dancing around her. She looks like an angel. Either way, one day, that's exactly what I'm going to do. Pick up and go, whether it's after graduation or before. And I can't let anything or anybody get in my way. That's why you need to understand, like I told you when we first met, I don't want anything serious. I can't have long-term commitments. I know, she says, doing her best to convince him she is as nonchalant about their relationship as he claims to be. Like you said, no strings, just a good time. And you're sure you're okay with that? I'm not a child, Lenny. It's not like I was a virgin when we met. He puffs his cigarette and chuckles cruelly. Yeah, after dating for 3 years you let one dork boyfriend you had in high school bang you once. She nods, says nothing. Guilt wells in him. Why does he behave this way with her? I'm a dick, don't listen to me. That's how you should be, I mean, you don't want to be some punchboard, do you? I'll be whatever you want me to be, . His eyes travel across her naked body, across her soft white shoulders, round full breasts, erect nipples and dark red pubic hair still moist from him, and he feels himself harden beneath the sheets. Hey, he says, butting his cigarette in a nearby ashtray. Come here. She pads quietly to the bed and obediently climbs in next to him, sitting on the edge, her legs to the side and her feet tucked under her. Lenny reaches out, cups her face and rubs his thumb tenderly across her cheek, slowly back and forth. He smiles, and she smiles back. Slowly, he moves his thumb lower, until it touches her lips. He pushes it between them, and she opens her mouth, accepting it. Suckling it, she pulls the sheet back and begins stroking him with both hands, her eyes locked on his throughout. The look in those sad and pretty eyes breaks his heart, but he cannot allow her to be anything more than a distraction, a sex toy to pass the time. This is not me, he thinks. This is not who I am. But there he is. There she is. There they are. He pushes her head down into his lap and lies back as she devours him. Roughly pushing deep into her mouth and throat, he feels her body go rigid as she begins to struggle. Not to free herself, but to comply, to further allow him whatever he wants however he wants it, to use her as he sees fit. There is power here, power she grants him, horrible, crippling power. Lenny embraces it, and from that moment forward, damns them both. The curtains flutter and catch his eye. Gone is the apartment, and instead, as the curtains part and float free, they spiral away into a thick darkness surrounding him, and he finds himself running through a corridor, the ground rough and cold beneath his bare feet. He can feel pieces of rock and glass, dirt and cement as he runs, and just ahead of him in the night is Sheena. Her pale bare buttocks bounce in the near dark as she keeps pace ahead of him, hands out to her sides, fingertips barely brushing the walls to help her maneuver along the winding corridor at such speed. He loses sight of her for a second, but as he runs on he staggers through an opening, the remains of a blown-out doorway, and directly into the path of what appear to be oncoming headlights. Blinded, he holds an arm up to block his face as he loses his balance and falls to the ground. He lands on his side, and the rough ground is painful on contact with his bare skin. Ignoring the pain, he scrambles to his feet and pushes forward. The lights move and glide away, flashing about and moving at strange angles. He loses sight of Sheena but keeps running. He hears voices in the distance, follows the sound to an open area. The ground feels different now, softer, damp and smooth. Sand, he's on sand. Lenny looks around, searching again for the lights or some sign of Sheena, but there is only night and the faint sounds of something else. It is familiar and yet he cannot quite place it. He can't think straight. Everything's in pieces, disconnected and out of sync, out of context. The ocean, it's the sound of the ocean. Close by, it's close by, he can hear the waves slapping shore and now, yes, he smells and can even taste the air. Salt water, the ocean, dunes, he's standing on the edge of a sand dune. Sheena. No one answers. But in the distance, along the beach, comes an explosion of flame. A bonfire suddenly brought to life, its brilliant orange flames cut the night as they reach skyward, illuminating a stretch of sand below. Several dark shapes move about, among them a nude woman running, staggering into the light. Something much closer moves through the grass, along the dune, and holds him in check. An odd smell precedes it, an earthy, animal smell, a hay smell, the barn smell of some captive animal. He can hear it breathing, hear its cloven hoofs thumping the sand before he sees its silhouette in the darkness. Who is it? Sheena's voice whispers impossibly across the dunes. Through the darkness, eyes. He backs away. They're not human. Who is it, Lenny? The beast moves closer. Horns pierce the night, gnarled and ribbed and growing from a long, lean face. Innocence and evil, the sacrificed and the executioner wrapped in the same fur. Who is the Judas goat? Asterisk 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 asterisk. The sky came back into focus first, and it took a few seconds for Lenny to remember what had happened. The punch hadn't knocked him unconscious but had sufficiently stunned him to the point where he couldn't be quite sure how long he'd been lying there. The memories and strange visions receded as a trail of breath tumbled from his mouth in thick rolling clouds. He blinked his eyes, and somewhere between sky and breath, a figure emerged, Guskovan standing over him and bent forward for a closer look, the axe back in his enormous hands. Instinctively, Lenny rolled and threw a kick that connected with the side of the big man's knee. Gus howled and staggered away, somehow managing to hang onto the axe and remain upright. But the moment Lenny got back to his feet, he hobbled off toward the woods. Lenny felt along his jaw to make certain it was still intact. It was sore but not broken. Son of a bitch, he muttered, opening and closing his mouth until the pain shooting up into his temple dissipated. He shook the cobwebs from his head and watched as Gus, still clutching the axe, limped into the forest. Lenny ran for the house. Asterisk 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 asterisk. From a window in the living room, he saw the Jeep Cherokee outfitted as a local police car come bouncing down the dirt road. It was more than half an hour from the time he'd dialed 911 and reported the attack, but at least there had finally been a response. He'd made himself a Jack and Coke on the rocks to calm his nerves, and spent the rest of the time going from window to window, watching the property for any signs of the madman with the axe. The Cherokee rolled into the driveway behind Lenny's car. The door opened and a stocky dark-haired man in uniform dropped down, one hand resting on the butt of his holstered gun, the other working a radio unit attached to the epaulette on his opposite shoulder. His dark eyes, prominent brow, and thick features gave him something of a Cro-Magnon look. He said something into the radio unit, then threw on a baseball cap that was part of the uniform and strolled casually toward the house, taking in the property as he went. Lenny opened the door just as the policeman crossed onto the walkway. "Afternoon," the officer said. "You put in a call to the police?" "Yes." Lenny held the door for him. "Please, come in." Once inside, the cop removed a small pad and pen from his shirt pocket, glanced around the room and walked just far enough so he could see both the living room and bathroom. "Are you alone here?" "Yes, sir." "You're Cates?" "Leonard Cates, yes." "Officer Meadows. Gonna have to ask you to see some ID real quick." The policeman carried himself with a nearly maddening calmness, like very little bothered him. In fact, considering he was responding to a call regarding a man attacking someone with an axe, he seemed unusually relaxed. Lenny produced his license from his wallet and gave it to him. Meadows looked it over for what seemed an eternity, then handed it back. "All right then, Mr. Cates, dispatch said you were assaulted. Are you injured? Do you need medical assistance?" "No, I'm all right, just a little shaken up." "Can you tell me what happened?" Doing his best to recount precisely what had taken place, Lenny explained how Gus Govan had attacked him. Meadows listened, and occasionally jotted something on his notepad, but didn't speak again until Lenny finished. "From your description, it was definitely Gus. He's got problems. The poor bastard was already off the farm before he found Ms. McElroy's body." He motioned casually to the spot at the foot of the stairs. "But since then he's been even worse. Ran off not long after and holed up in a little place his family owns way back in the woods. Not sure why he would have been here. Look, I'm sorry this man has some mental issues, but he tried to kill me. Good with an axe as Gus is, if he really wanted to kill you we wouldn't be having this conversation right now. He probably got confused." Meadows took a step toward the stairs, looked up at the second floor. "From the sounds you got the better of him anyway." "That's hardly the point. I was defending myself. I've known Gus for years. He's harmless." "Harmless? The man attacked me with a fucking axe. Take it easy, Mr. Cates. No reason to raise our voices now, is there? Sorry, it's not every day someone tries to kill me. I'm a tad stressed out. Figured coming from New York City you'd be used to that sort of thing. I've lived there for years and never even been mugged." Lenny paced back and forth in front of the table. "It's a much safer city than people think. Thing is, nobody's the worse for wear, so we might just want to chalk this up to a misunderstanding and be thankful no one was hurt." His patience already shot, Lenny nodded. "Okay, fine. Whatever. I'll head out to Gus's cabin and have a talk with him, let him know to stay clear of this place and not to bother you again." The policeman glanced at the table, noticed the bottle of whiskey, the near-empty glass and the pair of empty beer bottles. "You been drinking today, Mr. Cates?" "I had a drink, yes, and a couple beers with lunch. Why? Was that before or after the incident with Gus?" "The beers were before, the drink was after." "Is there some point to this?" Meadows scratched absently at his head through the cap. "I think we can agree alcohol tends to impair judgment, but my judgment's just fine, thanks." He considered this, then moved closer to the spot where Sheena had died, hands resting on his belt. "You know, I haven't been back here since that day. Did you know Sheena? No, but I was on duty the day Gus found the body. Meadows continued scratching his head, harder now, like he couldn't quite extinguish the itch. Again, he gazed up the staircase. Terrible thing. Gus kept insisting someone had killed her. She fell, it was an accident. The case is closed. He scratched manically at his head. Now if there's nothing else, I've got to get back on patrol. Lenny was sorry he'd called the police in the first place. Meadows had been annoying enough, but what the hell was this incessant scratching about? Did he have lice? Lenny walked toward the door in the hopes he'd get the hint and follow him. I appreciate your time. As Meadows gave his head another thorough scratch, his cap dislodged, slipped free and dropped toward the floor. Lenny attempted to catch it for him, but as he did so, something scurried through Meadows' thick hair, moving just beneath the surface from the crown of his head toward the back of his ear. Meadows frantically snatched the hat from the floor and slapped it back on his head, flashing an anxious smile he tried to pass off as embarrassment. But his eyes gave him away. It wasn't embarrassment. It was fear. Have a good evening, officer, Lenny said, trying desperately to hold his voice steady. Thanks again for stopping by. Meadows offered an officious nod, stepped outside and returned to his vehicle. He'd been gone several minutes before Lenny was able to tear himself from the window and even attempt to process what he'd seen. Heart racing, he eagerly lit a cigarette. What the hell was happening? He'd seen something moving through that man's hair, something alive. It couldn't be dismissed or debated. I'm fucking losing it, he thought. Lenny moved back into the living room and looked again to the window. The Cherokee was long gone and the dirt road was empty. Daylight was dying. Hold on, he said softly. Here comes the night. 6. With the events of the day ricocheting around inside his head, Lenny lit both oil lamps, placed one in the living room and took the other with him as he moved through the otherwise dark house. He didn't know how much more he could take in one day, but was determined to search the cottage all night if need be. Sheena wanted him here and had all but guaranteed it by naming him in her will. But what did he have to do with any of this? There were answers here somewhere, he was convinced of it. Too many strange things were happening, there had to be a connection, a larger puzzle he couldn't yet see. She liked me. Had Sheena left him the property because she knew she was in danger? Could her death have been something other than an accident? Had she stumbled onto something horrific in this strange little town? He'd quickly scanned the bookshelves in the living room and then the utility closet in the kitchen, but found nothing out of the ordinary. Short of coming across something in the kitchen cupboards, which seemed highly unlikely, there were no other areas of interest downstairs, so he decided to start with the bedroom and go from there. With lamplight illuminating the narrow passage, he climbed the stairs, each step creaking beneath his weight as he made his way to the second floor. Lenny placed the lamp on the desk and increased the flame. The room brightened, awash in soft yellow light which reflected off the windows and mirror over the bureau. He glanced at his own image reflected in both, then sat at the desk and began going through the drawers. There were 3 large drawers along the right-hand side of the desk and a single long and narrow one just beneath the desktop. After rummaging through 2 larger drawers and finding only office supplies, a phone book and some old checking account statements, he came across a large manila folder in the third. Inside, he discovered several laminated sheets of paper. Newspaper articles, 7 in all. Freelance filler pieces published a few years prior in an array of Massachusetts papers. They covered everything from a resident of a nursing home who had won the lottery, to an interview with a local singer set to sing the national anthem at a Red Sox game. Sheena had written them all, but under the name Sheena Belmont. Must have been her married name, he thought. She'd kept up with her writing after all. He smiled. Good for her. He slid the sheets back into the folder, returned it to the desk, then pulled open the narrow center drawer. Scraps of paper and sticky notes, loose rubber bands, paper clips, pens and pencils, a takeout menu for a local pizza place, and near the bottom, a framed photograph. Lenny pulled the picture free and held it up. A wedding photo of Sheena and her husband, she dressed in a beautiful gown and headpiece and he decked out in an ill-fitting tuxedo. It was the first time he'd seen her in 20 years. Racked with emotion, Lenny choked back tears as the distant and vague memories of her face he'd relied on for so long dissolved and drifted away. He no longer needed them. She, and by extension much of their past together, had come to life again right before his eyes. In the photograph, she looked to be about 10 years older than when she and Lenny had known each other, which would have put her in her late 20s at the time it was taken. Sheena was beaming. He couldn't remember her ever looking quite so content. The man by her side was short and overweight, with a kind, boyishly chubby face and a head of curly blonde hair. They looked so happy together, blissfully unaware that death had conspired to steal them both within a few short years. Maybe by now they'd been reunited in some other, better place. Lenny hoped so. As he put the photograph back, he noticed another, this one smaller, unframed and scarred with numerous creases like it had been folded and kept in a wallet for a long while before being stored in the desk. The edges were curled and discolored with age. He brushed an old post-it note and a roll of tape out of the way and realized it was another picture of Sheena. This time he was the man standing next to her. He couldn't remember the exact day it had been taken, but he recognized the setting as the apartment Sheena lived in while they were in school in Boston. They had their arms around each other and their heads together, she with one of her typical shy, reserved smiles while he attempted his best James Dean look of unaffected cool. My God, he thought, we were so young. We look like children. Though the photograph had obviously been tucked away somewhere, she'd kept it all these years, so it must have meant something to her, he reasoned. Good or bad, she'd never forgotten him either. He stared at her smiling face from all those years ago. Had forgetting ever truly been an option for either of them? Deciding to keep it, Lenny tried to pick up the photograph, but it stuck to the drawer and nearly ripped in the process. Perplexed, he carefully peeled back an edge and felt around underneath it. The photograph had been glued to the bottom of the drawer. He slid the tip of his finger further beneath it and pushed until the gum-like patch of glue gave way. As the photograph dislodged, he noticed a small hole in the thin layer of particle board that lined the drawer beneath. Sticking out of the hole was the edge of what appeared to be a scrap of folded paper. Managing to pinch the corner between his thumb and index finger, Lenny pulled it free. The paper was roughly the size of a matchbook, but had been folded in half and had some weight to it. As he opened it, a small key fell out. He could find no markings that identified what it might be for, but the size indicated it was most likely to a locker, a padlock, or something similar. Clearing a little space around the hole in the drawer, he smoothed the paper out and saw two words neatly written in block letters. They're watching. Jesus. He looked over his shoulder. Nothing there but his own worried reflection in the mirror. He turned the paper over. Don't let them see. Lockbox, workshop. They, them, who were these people? Gus had used the same term, they killed her. Keeping it out of sight and in the drawer, he refolded the paper, then nonchalantly slipped it and the key into his pocket. He felt ridiculous. Obviously he was alone in the room and alone in the house, yet he still couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that, just as the note suggested, he was being watched. Nonsensical as it was, it shook him to the bone. His instincts told him to get the hell out of this town and never look back. But Sheena had left the photograph and key behind for him to find, clues she knew he'd pursue. Even now, with her cryptic notes and hidden keys, she was whispering to him from the grave, drawing him closer and closer to the flame. He couldn't walk away. Not now. What happened to you out here? He whispered. Lamp in hand, he descended the stairs with the same hollow feeling in his gut he'd had last time. As he stepped into the kitchen, light spilled across the room, producing a large pool on the ceiling and wide bands along the walls. The windows over the sink were pitch-black reminders of how dark it had become outside. Night had fallen fast and hard, engulfing the cottage and only adding to Lenny's anxiety. The idea of walking through that boundless darkness to the outbuilding was far from appealing, but he forced himself into his coat, made sure he had his cell phone with him, then grabbed a steak knife from one of the kitchen drawers. He carefully placed the knife in his coat pocket and lit a cigarette. Both could be used as weapons if need be, and the oil lamp would provide sufficient light for him to get across the property to the garage. He gripped the front door. What if Gus Govan was out there waiting on him? He still had that axe. What if they were lying in wait? Whoever the hell they were. Damn near anything could hit him between here and there. Bracing himself, Lenny opened the door and stepped into night. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The temperature had plummeted, and after having been spoiled for the last few hours by the cozy warmth of the wood stove, the cold was positively unnerving. Despite the deep freeze, Lenny hesitated halfway up the walkway and brought the lamp around in front of him. It wasn't nearly as effective out in the open, but still provided enough light for him to see where he was going. An icy breeze whispered through the forest, creeping between the trees and crossing the open property. The cold cut through him like a dagger. People died in weather this cold. A soft clanging sound broke the otherwise menacing silence. Lenny looked to the flagpole. The pulley ropes swayed gently in the wind. The metal clasp used to fasten a flag bumped the metal pole. The sky was a shade or two lighter than the night, but only a handful of stars were visible, and the moon was nowhere to be seen. The surrounding forest, more ominous in darkness, had again fallen still now that the brief wind had gone, and the silhouette of the outbuilding loomed at the edge of the property, daring him to cross the open yard. They're watching. Eyes watering and his nose beginning to run in the cold, Lenny made a beeline for the garage. With tunnel vision, he hurried across the yard, trying to ignore the night and whatever else may have been concealed within it. But as he went, it felt like the forest was closing in, inching closer as darkness folded over him with the sensation that someone or something was behind him, rushing closer and closer, closing in. Lenny quickened his pace, but the feeling was so strong he finally turned and looked behind him. Nothing but night. He spun back around and kept moving. He was nearly there. As he finally reached his destination, Lenny stabbed his cigarette between his lips, pulled the keys from his coat pocket and closed on the padlock. Despite his violently shaking hands, he managed to quickly unlock the door. Without looking back a second time, he escaped into the workshop and slammed the door behind him. Within the confines of the building, the lamp provided a fair amount of light, but with the workshop's high roof, cinder block walls and cement floor, the darkness was strong here. So was the cold. It was nearly as cold inside as it was out. Lenny dropped his cigarette to the floor and stepped on it. He put the lamp on a workbench and breathed on his hands, rubbing them together in an attempt to generate some warmth, then began searching for a lockbox. After several minutes rummaging through endless piles of old tools stacked along the shelves, he was about to call it a night and try again in the morning when he noticed something propped in a corner behind the snowblower. He retrieved the lamp from the workbench, climbed over the machine and crouched in the corner for a closer look. An old black and white photograph in a large ornate frame had been left there. Lenny shone the light on it. In a snow-covered wooded area, a slight man in his 60s stood over a bloody, fallen deer. One foot rested on the carcass, and the rifle he'd used to kill the animal with was held at his side. Dressed in a fur coat and boots that looked like he'd made them himself, the man possessed a strange smile that was both prideful and melancholy, a full head of gray hair, and intense dark eyes. Must be the original property owner, he thought. He looked to the ceiling and the various antlers nailed there. Had he slaughtered animals here as well? Continuing his search for the lockbox, Lenny pulled the heavy frame away from the corner to see if there was anything behind it. There was. Roughly the size and shape of a shoebox, the metal container was lighter than it initially appeared. He brought it back to the workbench, and using the key he'd found wrapped in Sheena's note, unlocked it. Inside were a spiral notebook and a dog-eared paperback. He pulled the notebook out and leafed through it. Notes filled page after page in a handwriting style that was definitely female and almost certainly Sheena's. He put it aside and checked out the paperback, a non-fiction tome titled Looking Glass Magic, A History. Several passages had been highlighted and numerous notes had been hurriedly scribbled along the borders in ballpoint pen, again in what was most likely Sheena's hand. Looking glass. Mirrors? The mirror in the bathroom had been covered with a towel when he'd first arrived, and upstairs, he'd found another towel on the bed, a larger one that could have been used to cover the mirror over the bureau. Had Sheena taken to purposely covering mirrors in the house? He looked to the small windows on the far wall. They're watching. Had she gone crazy? Had she lost her mind here before she lost her life? Lenny tossed the paper back into the box and closed the lid. He had to get back to the house. He was freezing, trembling uncontrollably, and his face and hands had begun to throb with pain. With the box tucked under one arm, he grabbed the lamp and opened the door. He watched the night, the trees, the sky, and the cottage in the distance. There's nothing out there but the dark, he told himself. Sheena's dead, and whatever personal demons consumed her beforehand died right along with her. The fire's out, you're just sifting through ash. But as he stood shivering, Sheena's voice whispered to him from deep within the icy silence, echoing across whatever metaphysical planes separated him from his nightmares. Who is it, Lenny? Who is the Judas goat? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Once back at the cottage, Lenny added more wood to the stove and stoked the fire until he had it going stronger. Within moments the chill had left him and the house was toasty warm. He extinguished one lamp and took the other with him into the living room. Placing the lockbox on the coffee table, he surveyed the room and dark adjacent kitchen. Satisfied no one could be watching him unless they were outside and hidden among the trees, he sat on the couch. Physically, emotionally, and mentally spent, he stared at the box. The last 24 hours had been so intense it felt like he'd lived a week in one harrowing day. Lenny could feel himself beginning to shut down, and sinking into the comfortable couch only made matters worse. The idea of sleep, of recharging his batteries and clearing his mind so he might approach all this with a good night of rest under his belt was appealing. But he hadn't slept well in months. Sleep was no longer a means of escape, it was a battlefield. The only things waiting for him behind that veil were twisted dreams and upsetting memories, truth and fantasy entangled and blurred, fingerprints left behind in shadow, smudged across ever-narrowing windows of time and night. And even were he to attempt it, could sleep be a real possibility here, in this place? Again, the memory of Sheena's face came to him, her eyes filled with tears. Night, so many years ago, Sheena sitting on the floor, head bowed. He tried to shut it out, but resisting only made it stronger. Lost, she looked so lost and wounded, so vulnerable in her nudity. I'm sorry, he heard himself say, his voice distant and distorted, just barely his own. And do you think that absolves you? She asked. I've always hoped so. Sometimes I've even prayed it would. Do you feel forgiven, Lenny? Do you feel clean? Reminded of the long-ago Roman Catholic masses of his youth, he remembered having been an altar boy, and the words priests spoke as he trickled water over their hands in a symbolic gesture of purification. If Lenny listened carefully, he could still hear their hushed voices drifting across the arched ceilings of that beautiful old building of wood and stained glass. Wash away my iniquities, cleanse me from my sin. Time shifted, and the memories slipped away. Lenny rubbed his eyes and sighed. What had really happened to Sheena, and why, in death, had she brought him here? He flipped open the lockbox and began with the notebook. It began not as a journal but rather a series of fairly straightforward entries from various source materials concerning mirrors and magic. A few pages in, the notes became more extensive, covering the history of mirrors and their relation to magic, myth and spiritualism throughout the ages. The mirror dated back to ancient times. Biblical references labeled them looking glasses. Man first became fascinated with his reflection in pools of water. The earliest examples of mirrors were fashioned from flattened and polished metals, chiefly copper. In Rome, mirrors were often made of tin, silver, or gold, and later, glass, when the art of making and manipulating glass was discovered. But as he turned each subsequent page, the notes became disjointed, and on occasion, Sheena had injected her own thoughts as well. The penmanship was also increasingly difficult to decipher, as the entries assumed a style that had clearly been produced under duress or in a hurried, frantic hand. Mirrors reflect both truth and illusion, she'd written at one point. This could be the key. Everything we see in mirrors is real but not necessarily true. I think this is how they're doing it. Either that or I'm losing my mind. I wish I could sleep, but I'm afraid to close my eyes. I'm so tired I can't think straight. What if I'm right? Lenny's eyes began to cross. He looked away from the page, fought off a yawn, then flipped through more of the notebook. Toward the end the writing was illegible, and he could only make out a word here or there. At various points Sheena had been writing so furiously that she'd pressed down too hard on the pen and punctured holes in the paper. It did, however, end with a passage he could read. I never meant for this to happen. I don't think I can stop it. As he went to close the notebook, a small slip of paper that had been tucked between two pages near the back slipped free and fell to the coffee table. An obituary torn from the local newspaper, the Trapper Wood Sentinel. Its publication date was only a few days prior to Sheena's death and concerned a local man, Jeremy Loudon, who had died of a sudden inexplicable heart attack at the age of 23. It offered a brief biography of the man along with what appeared to be a high school senior yearbook photo. Alongside it Sheena had written, "He's alive." Lenny studied the picture a while. There was something strangely familiar about the man. He tried aging him a bit and imagining a slightly different hairstyle, and it fell together. He looked remarkably like the man in black. Icy fear filled his gut. Lenny jumped to his feet, paced to the center of the room and nervously lit a cigarette. After a couple drags he returned to the coffee table and studied the photograph again. This couldn't be the same man. He was dead, for Christ's sake. But the picture didn't lie. Maybe he was the man in black's brother, and just happened to look a great deal like him. Or the whole thing might just be a coincidence. I could also be mistaken, he thought. I'm exhausted and not thinking straight. Lenny slid the obituary back into the notebook and turned to the paperback. Written and compiled by a psychiatrist-turned-author who had spent years studying identity and self-issues in human beings, along with memory systems and how the two were consistently related, the book used the mirror as metaphor but also showed why it so often had a history connected to magic, spiritual beliefs and dark rituals. For many, throughout the course of human history, in literature and film, numerous religious texts and the psyche of man, the mirror had served as both a reproduction and a deflection of the inner self, which in turn led to a series of interesting psychological as well as spiritual conflicts. The mirror was simply a scapegoat, the author argued, the proverbial ghost in the machine, the phantom gremlin in the gears, as it were, bestowed by many ancient cultures with magical properties as a means of seeing, and therefore often blaming, something other than self, other than the machine itself and all its shortcomings. Lenny thought back to acting class. One teacher had been a strong advocate of mirror work as he'd called it. The exercise involved assuming the mindset of the character one was playing, and then staring into a mirror for long periods of time until one could begin to see the inner life of the character take shape. Let your mind open, and look long and hard enough, the teacher had told his class, and you'll see far more than the face of your character, you'll see his or her soul emerging right before your eyes. Of all the exercises he'd done while studying the craft, mirror work had been his least favorite. No matter how hard he'd tried to immerse himself in the character's inner life, all he saw was his own troubled face and the tortured soul behind it. Acting, whether study or performance, had never been a particularly enjoyable pursuit for Lenny, but rather a necessary means of release and expression. He acted not because he wanted to, but because he had to. Even before he'd met Sheena, it had always been a good place to hide. He flipped through the book, stopping to read each passage Sheena had highlighted. Since ancient times mirrors have mystified and intrigued human beings, many ancient, and some modern, cultures were suspicious of the mirror and believed it could kill by capturing the soul. In India it was believed unsafe to gaze into a mirror belonging to someone else, or to look at mirrors in someone else's home, as when one departed pieces of the soul would be left behind, stranded in the glass. In certain rituals mirrors displaying reflections of human beings were directed at statues of the Goddess Kali. It was hoped the goddess's need for human sacrifice might be sated with a reflected image, and an actual flesh and blood sacrifice could be avoided. Some believe mirrors house far more than mortal man realizes. The concept of mirrors belonging to the realm of magic and mysticism were described in various texts throughout history by many spiritual leaders, including St. Augustine, who claimed the witches of Thessaly used them as part of human blood rituals. In certain cultures, ancient China. Among them, it was believed other worlds existed within mirrors and that through certain black magic rituals these worlds could be awakened. Once this alternate world and the creatures residing within it came to life, it was believed they could pass through the mirror from their world to ours. These creatures initially assumed the reflection of human beings, but they were far stronger and in reality, looked nothing like humans. After crossing through the mirror they would retain the resemblance for a time, but gradually their true natures would emerge and they would revert back to their original forms both physically and spiritually. Got to be kidding me, he mumbled, thumbing further into the book. Even the highlighted areas began to blur, one word blending into the next. His fatigued mind raced with thoughts attempting to fill in the gaps. Sensory memory, iconic memory, visual stimuli, long-term memory can be as inconsistent as short-term memory. Consistently recalling something does not always result in those memories remaining wholly accurate. If the memory is stored and recalled in intervals over time, it can often solidify the memory in the mind, but studies have also shown that with the passage of time, even memories replayed in one's mind again and again over the course of years can, and often do, become altered, reimagined in a sense, from the original, actual event the memory is recalling and recreating in the mind. The question becomes, what lapses in memory have been filled in by the mind and passed off as literal, and which parts are legitimately stored and recalled memories? In the border, Sheena had written, episodic memory/semantic memory. Lenny searched the pages for mentions of either and eventually found passages where the author had referenced and given definitions for both. Episodic memory, the ability to remember, for example, that a year ago you went on a vacation to the Bahamas. Semantic memory, the ability to remember what a vacation is. What we see, Sheena noted in the margin, and not only what we remember, but how we remember aren't always the same. They may rarely be. His eyes dropped to the bottom of the page. Written in pen and underlined for emphasis was the sentence, even memories of what we see in mirrors are flawed. Maybe it's all a mindfuck. That last comment jumped out at him, not because of the implication, but because it seemed so out of character for the Sheena he'd known. It didn't sound like his memories of her. She'd had an aversion to swearing, and he could only recall her using profanity in front of him perhaps once or twice. Or were those memories flawed too? Of all the things to stand out after everything I've just read, he thought. Lenny wearily tossed the book back into the lockbox. A headache that had begun at the base of his neck had spread up into the back of his head, sending shooting sharp pains up behind his ears. I never meant for this to happen. Was Sheena honestly suggesting she'd somehow awakened beings from some other world? Beings that existed in mirrors, disguised as our own reflections no less? Was she that far gone? Are you, Lenny? Even if it were somehow true, according to her own notes and reference material, wouldn't she have only been able to achieve this through blood rituals? I don't think I can stop it. He shivered despite the heat. Dream visions of Sheena bleeding flickered past his mind's eye, a pen buried deep in her arm, veins ravaged and gushing crimson. Fighting with everything he had to keep his mounting terror at bay, Lenny backed into a corner of the room and slowly sank to the floor. He wrapped his arms around himself and stared at the lamp. Its light provided some comfort, but the paranoia and fear were winning. Lenny watched the glow for what seemed hours, clinging desperately to whatever bits of control remained. He felt like a helpless child lost at sea and struggling to remain above water. No matter how hard he fought, eventually he'd slip beneath the surface and die. He knew this, yet he continued to struggle. Had it not been quite so hopeless, he might have claimed it valiant. But the doomed had no such luxuries. He told himself he would not sleep, could not sleep, but eventually did just that. As the waves overtook him, he swallowed night and spiraled down through liquid darkness to all that waited for him. there, in the horrifying depths of his own torment. 7. He remembers her physically in bits and pieces. Eyes, ears, lips, her hair, human shards free-floating and dismembered, scraps, fractions, but rarely the whole, breasts, her stomach, between her legs, her ass, her feet. She is a paper doll torn to shreds and hastily reconstructed, the missing parts filled in with darkness, sighs and whispers, a patchwork of night. Only none of it matters, her essence remains. He can still sense the feel of her, the taste and smell of her, sometimes even stronger than when he'd held her in his arms. Wrapped in blankets, they sit together on the fire escape. From the third-floor apartment, they can see the Boston Commons in the distance, the parks and trees and pond. It is chilly out on the fire escape, but wildly romantic. Snow falls gracefully in tiny pellets, silently blanketing the city as it sleeps on an early Sunday morning. The look and feel of the city takes on a dated and magical appearance, like those enchanting snowy scenes in old Hollywood films, Lenny thinks. Like Jimmy Stewart and Kim Novak in Belle, Book and Candle. He doesn't know then that he will never feel anything quite like this again. These tender moments will forever remain in memory, but just beyond his grasp. For the first time, they discuss their home lives, their families. He tells her about being an only child, his parents, his mother a bank teller, his father an electrician, and his dreams of one day being a great actor. He sees how tired they are, he says, how miserable they are doing things they never really wanted to do and living lives they never dreamed of. They settled, and now they mark time, content in their own way, but not quite happy. He explains how he began acting in junior high school theater productions, and how all through high school he has studied and worked toward a career in the arts, toward first obtaining the college scholarship he now enjoys and then to continue on to New York and study with the greats at the Actors Studio. It's all he's ever wanted, all he knows. His parents tried for years to have a baby, and when he was born his mother nearly died giving birth, so they never had another. He's their hope too, he tells her. He'll make them proud and achieve things they could only imagine in their wildest dreams. In her usual soft and thoughtful voice, she tells him about being the baby in her family, how her sister is older and has more in common with their mother and how sometimes it seems like it's them against her. She's on the outside, an afterthought. Her mother and sister love her, she explains, and she loves them. But it's not the same. She talks about her father, a man she's never known, and how it hurts her to realize he abandoned her without ever laying eyes on her. She hopes to be a journalist, a writer of important and compelling works that inform and help and challenge people. And she speaks of her desire to have a family of her own, to one day be able to live the storybook life she's envisioned since childhood. A husband, children, lots of pets, a nice home and a fulfilling job, to love and be loved, these are her dreams. They're good dreams, he tells her, holding her close, his arms wrapped around her soft, delicate shoulders. But even then he can't be certain if it's really him on the fire escape or if he's only performing, playing a role that fits the scene, as he so often does. Maybe there's no difference. For Lenny there never is. That's all they are, dreams, she says sadly, at least for me anyway. You'll get there. But not with you. The snowflakes collect in her red hair like sugar. He gently runs his hand across her scalp. The warmth of his fingers melts the snow. With someone else, he says, someone who can give you the life you want and deserve. It won't matter. You'll all leave me. Everyone does. My father left me, both boyfriends I had before you left me, even my friends in high school left me. It's what people do. Even when this ends, we'll always be friends, Sheena. If you ever need me, I'll be there. She smiles at him, but he can tell she doesn't believe it any more than he does. Maybe you'll want to be there, she says, her eyes turning moist, but you won't be. Why are you crying? She rests her head on his chest. I love you, Lenny. It is the first time she's told him this. What he feels in return is panic. I love you, she says again. He doesn't answer, pretends not to hear. Don't be mad, Dot. With a sigh he slips away from her, bringing enough blanket with him to remain covered as he leans against the railing and looks out at the commons. I'm not mad. What is it then? I don't want you to love me. Love doesn't care what anyone wants. I told you going in what this was. I never lied or misled you. I know you don't feel the same way. It's okay, How do you know what I feel? I know you don't love me back. It will be years, and Sheena will be lost to him forever before he realizes he did love her. Without saying another word, she shrugs the blankets off and slowly stands, hands clutching the railing. Lenny, still sitting in the corner of the fire escape, looks up at her. She stands naked before him and the rest of the city, her pale skin so white in contrast to her red hair. The snow falls across her, and she trembles but makes no move to cover herself. What are you doing? Lenny asks, stunned. Sheena's hands glide down across her breasts, over her belly and between her legs. Her eyes never leave his, even as her mouth drops open. She looks like an animal in heat, overcome and unable to fight the desire coursing through her. Her lips curl in a silent snarl, her eyes drip with lust. Sheena, he says, reaching for her. Stop, Yule. Her fingers push deeper inside her and she moans, choking on her own spit as her chest heaves seductively. She looks out at the city, hopeful someone else has seen, tempting the world to watch. Jesus. Lenny scrambles to his feet and throws the blankets up and over them. As they fall across their nude forms, he wraps himself around her and buries his face in her neck. Together, they stagger back into the apartment. Night folds, glides, and runs like dark rapids, alive and fierce and altering everything in its path, gradually breaking it down, dissolving layers of time and distance until those things buried within it from long ago begin to emerge, born anew amidst the carnage of supposed redemption. Forgotten voices skip through the years, stones bouncing across smooth water, thoughts tumbling through the madness of dreamscapes and nightmares. Cleanse me of my sin. They are together in the apartment. Sheena's roommates have all gone home for the weekend, so the apartment is quiet and empty. Their lovemaking complete, she and Lenny lay in bed sharing a joint, no longer wrapped in blankets but each other, bodies moist and warm. I can't figure you out, he says, exhaling and passing her the joint. I didn't know you were trying to. The minute I think I know you, you do something I never expected. Everyone has two sides, Lenny. But not everyone shows them. I don't show both to everyone. Only to me? She returns the joint. I didn't say that. You're so quiet and shy and innocent, and all of a sudden you're out of control, you're a slut? He stares at her, tries to read her eyes. They give away nothing. Or is it everything he sees? Do you like that side of me? She asks. It turns you on, doesn't it? Yeah, it does sometimes. But is it really you or just something you think I want? Does it matter? Of course it matters. Why? Because if I don't know, then how can I know you? You don't need to know me, she reminds him. Not really. Just because this isn't going to be a long-term thing doesn't mean I don't care about you. I do, okay? I do. She smiles dreamily. I believe you. And that side of you worries me. Why? Doesn't it scare you? She slides her head lower to his chest, nuzzles his nipple. All the time. Then why do you do it? You ask like I have a choice. Don't you? He offers her the joint again. She waves it away. It's as much the real me as the sweet innocent side. Maybe that's it. You're only 19. You don't know who you are yet. And you do? No, not completely, but, now a roach, he takes another pull then drops the joint into an ashtray on the nightstand. Maybe I'm sick. Maybe I'm a nymphomaniac or something. He can't tell if she's joking. You're trying to find your way and define yourself at the same time. We both are. What if it's just the opposite? What if it's so simple and right there inside us all along, and all we have to do is listen and open ourselves up to it? And what if one day doing that puts you in a really bad situation? There are consequences, Lenny, to everything. But one thing I do know is that we'll never be alive again like we are right now. It'll all be yesterdays and memories before you know it. And we'll both look back and give anything to be young and free again just for a day, an hour. No matter what happens, good or bad, we'll never feel this indestructible again. But we're not indestructible. No, it's an illusion. But it's a beautiful one, don't you think? It doesn't last, but it's so beautiful sometimes it makes me want to cry, because I know, like everybody else, we'll get older and we'll forget how to be like this. She pushes herself up onto her elbows, and her hair falls across her face. She pushes it away and behind her ear and leans closer, her breasts crushing his chest. Maybe we don't need to spend our lives trying to find ourselves at all. Maybe we start out knowing and we've got it exactly right in the first place, and it's time and age that makes us lost. Maybe that's how we lose ourselves. Couldn't that be it? Couldn't it be that we don't spend our lives trying to find ourselves, we spend them trying to get back everything we've lost? He thinks about it a while. How do you feel when you do those things? Powerful. But you're so submissive when you get like that, it's like, you almost make me be. Is this the actor studying the subject or is it just you and me? Suddenly confronted with a feeling of darkness and detachment, Lenny closes his eyes, not wanting to look at her just then. I don't know. You really don't, do you? One hand moves down her back and onto her buttocks. She moves closer and they kiss, her tongue entangled with his. She pulls away, licks his ear and whispers, "Fuck me." Lenny takes her face in his hands and pulls her to him. They kiss again, and this time as the passion grows he can feel her wiggling, her nude body mashing and slithering against his own as he closes his jaw enough so that her tongue must drag across his teeth before she can pull away. He bites down just enough to cause her pain but not enough to draw blood. She moans and rolls onto her stomach, lifting her ass into the air, offering it to him and looking back over her shoulder with the same fiery look she always has when she gets like this. Do it. Please, just do it. Darkness returns, but the sounds and sensations remain. Their moans and grunts, wet flesh sliding and slapping, her screams and pleas for him to hurt her, and his horrifying ability to grant that wish, it's all there somewhere deep in the blackness, covering him now like a funereal shroud. And then that thing is there again, with its twisted horns and inhuman eyes watching him through the night, soulless, empty eyes, neither alive nor fully dead. And Sheena, she's nearby too, he can hear her frightened, rapid breath. He can smell her sex along with the earthy smell of the animal wafting across the sand on the sea winds. Just beyond his bare toes, he can see Sheena's blood trickling across sand, wetting it down, forming puddles, so much blood it cannot be hers alone. I love you, Lenny. I love you. 8. It took him a while to understand it wasn't snow falling all around him, but glass. Showering down in tiny shards and sprays of mist, the broken pieces sliced and cut him as they fell. He screamed, looking up into the storm, forcing his eyes to remain open even when they'd been punctured and begun to bleed. He could feel the grit, coarse and jagged in his mouth, on his tongue and grinding against his gums. He could taste the blood filling the spaces between his teeth and the inside of his cheeks, rising from the back of his throat to mix with the glass in a soupy froth that spilled across his ravaged lips and dripped from his chin. Just before, Sheena had stood in front of a large mirror, staring into it with eyes turned black and smooth like polished onyx. Then she too had screamed. More rage than pain, her screech seemed unlikely in one so slight, but erupted like the blast of a siren, exploding the mirror and shattering it to pieces. An eerie silence followed. In the distance, Lenny heard something steady and slow, like a faraway wind, but soon realized it was his own shallow breath ringing in his ears. He knew he was curled up on his side, but in utter darkness had no sense of direction or context. His memories circled him, marauders bent on annihilation. Lenny awakened to pouring rain. He found himself on the floor in the living room, sitting in the same corner he'd retreated to the night before. Waiting until his vision and mind had synchronized and he could be certain he was fully awake, he struggled to his feet. His back, shoulders, neck and legs ached, and his hands were clenched into fists so tight they'd fallen asleep. As he made his way to the kitchen, he shook his hands vigorously until the pins and needles retreated. Icy rain pummeled and blurred the windows with an ongoing tap thud, and a steady wind slammed the house. The structure creaked and moaned in agony or defiance, he couldn't be sure which. He lit a cigarette just as his cell phone began to ring. Lenny checked the ID. Walter. Hey. Lenny coughed, cleared his throat. Did I wake you? No, I'm up. I just got up a minute ago. What's up? Got your message, just haven't had a chance to call you back until this morning. I nailed the interview. She's representing me. That's great, Walt. Congratulations, Dot. She's already got me lined up for auditions. I'm flying out to the coast next week, can you believe it? When Lenny didn't answer, he said, "You okay?" He rubbed his eyes and nodded into the phone. Yeah, I'm selling this place, going to see a real estate agent today, and I'm getting the hell out of here. Did you check in on Tabitha? I stopped by your place last night. She was drunk off her ass per usual. I straightened the place up and made her some soup. She kept telling me to go fuck myself, enchantress that she is. Then she started crying. I don't know how you put up with it, man. I mean, you never really told me the full story about this other broad that left you the house, but I know there's a lot of guilt and bad memories there. Things happen, Lenny, you can't punish yourself forever. It's like you feel bad about this Sheena chick from a million years ago, so to make up for it you let Tabitha shit all over you. You're paying penance, is that it? Life's too short. Not always. I'm worried about you, bro. You haven't been yourself lately, and look, you hell, all of us in the arts are a little crazy, comes with the territory, right? But you can't let those things inside you get the upper hand. Like the old Ronald Colman flick A Double Life, remember? He gets so deep into playing the role of Othello he snaps and goes psycho because he can't separate the part from real life. Living someone else's reality is dangerous, Lenny, you follow? Lenny gripped the phone so tight his hand began to ache. I'm just tired, Dot. You've been exhausted and stressed out for months. Alone up there with all those old ghosts and shit, it's not conducive to you getting it together. I can't run anymore. Those old ghosts have been hunting me my whole life. Now they've got me cornered. Here. You put that property on the market and get your ass home ASAP. Weary, Lenny leaned against the wall. I'll be back soon. We'll talk then. You call me the minute you're back on the road. Okay. Lenny snapped the phone shut and tossed it on the kitchen table. The rain continued to fall. But it washed nothing clean. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Lenny grabbed his small case of toiletries and stepped into the bathroom. He moved cautiously, stopping just inside the doorway and leaning in until his face appeared in the mirror over the sink. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. He still looked tired, his face pale and eyes saddled with dark bags. What the hell did you expect to see? He asked himself. Without bothering to answer, Lenny turned the water on in the sink, splashed his face, then toweled off and again considered not only his image, but all else reflected in the mirror as well. Eventually, he turned away. After a lengthy pee and a quick brush of his teeth, he returned to the kitchen. Fear came with him. He couldn't shake it. Still, he couldn't walk away, not yet. He decided to make one more stop before going to town to find the real estate agent. Something horrible had taken place here, and the only person he could turn to was Meredith Kemp. If any additional information existed regarding what Sheena had experienced in the days leading up to her death, Meredith was most likely in possession of it. Determined to be gone before sundown, he threw on his coat and headed out into the icy downpour. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lenny walked across the yard, his eyes moving constantly, taking in as much of the tree line as he could. Again, that feeling of being watched assaulted him, but there were no signs of axe-wielding maniacs or angry ghosts, just a whole lot of rain gushing from a charcoal gray sky. He reached the path behind the garage Meredith had mentioned and stood at its mouth tentatively, watching the sleet spatter and drip between the trees as sparse hints of light peeked through the otherwise thick, shadowy forest. As Lenny stepped into the woods, Sheena's notes returned to him. It was believed other worlds existed within mirrors. He tried to dismiss such a ridiculous concept, but any attempts to deflect it resulted in the return of residual memories from his nightmares, flashes of horror and disturbing imagery playing out before his eyes on an endless loop. Through certain black magic rituals, these worlds could be awakened. Had she performed such rituals, alone in that house or while walking these very woods? Once this alternate world and the creatures residing within it came to life, it was believed they could pass through the mirror from their world to ours. It seemed laughable, the Sheena he'd known doing something like that. I never meant for this to happen. Why would she even try such things? Maybe she'd come here just like Kinney had suggested, for some peace and quiet and to mourn the death of her husband in private. But something had happened to her here, something had broken in her that led her to the mirror, to seek what might lie beyond it. Had she tried practicing some of the ancient spells reprinted in that book, then somehow convinced herself they had actually worked? I don't think I can stop it. It all got away from you too, didn't it? He mumbled, hands stuffed deep into his coat pockets but clenched into fists. He walked on, following the path and looking behind him every now and then to make certain no one was tailing him. But for the constant motion of the rain, the forest was quiet. He looked up, blinked away the heavy drops and saw the trees towering over him and the dull sky above. He wondered how many times Sheena had made this same walk. Had she thought about him, about them? Had she replayed the past and let loose its malevolent spirits while traversing this lonely stretch of woodland? Were those demons still here, lying in wait and watching for him even now? A weekend away from school, a getaway to a small village on Cape Cod, off-season, no longer quite winter but not yet spring, a cheap and rundown beachside motel, a desolate stretch of sand and grassy dunes, a nearly abandoned town, its tourist traps closed and boarded up, only a few locals, and a handful of transients. Afternoon, he remembers it was late afternoon. They lie together on the inexpensive mattress, her naked body draped across his. He lights a cigarette and assumes Sheena's sleeping, until he notices the delicate rhythm of her breath. Uneven, he can feel it softly brushing his skin, filtering through the hair on his chest with each exhale. She's awake but feigning sleep, preferring instead to keep her head on his chest and her arms wrapped tightly around him in silence. The ramshackle room is small but relatively clean. An old television is bolted to the wall, the furniture is cheesy and nautical themed, mostly decrepit pressboard, and the soiled carpet is industrial grade. It is all Lenny can afford. Somehow it's been enough for them, a chance to leave school and the apartment and their other friends, to truly be alone and away from it all. They left the city deciding on Cape Cod and wound up here, in this awful little seaside dump, a place neither have been to before or are familiar with. He and Sheena have never been anywhere together. This is their first road trip as a couple. It will also be their last. Neither of them knows then, on that quiet and lazy afternoon, that their relationship only has a matter of hours to live, and that soon, they will never see each other again. Their lives will split into divergent paths, always separate but forever connected by those horrible things awaiting them as night slowly approaches, rolling in across the Atlantic Ocean, bringing with it armaments of destiny, steel hammers of fate that cannot be avoided, prevented or forgotten. Already bound by blood and tears that have not yet flowed, they are oblivious to the coming storm and all it has in store for them, characters playing out scenes already written, with endings already decided. At least this is what Lenny convinces himself to believe, if not now, then. The school year ends in a couple months, Sheena says suddenly. He strokes her hair with his free hand. So? What happens then? We go home. No, she sighs, seriously . We live an hour away from each other, what's the problem? Will we keep seeing each other? He blows a stream of smoke at the ceiling. Sure, why not? She is quiet for a while. Have you decided about next year? No. So you might still quit and just take off to New York? Yes, he snaps. Christ, how many times are you going to ask me that? Sheena raises her head and rests her chin on his breastbone. I'm just talking to you, Lenny. Can't we talk without you getting upset? Doesn't sound like talking. Sounds like an interrogation. I'm not interrogating you. Well, that's what it feels like, and I'm getting tired of it, okay? He takes an angry drag on his cigarette and brushes perspiration-soaked hair back and off his forehead. Can't we ever just hang out and enjoy the moment? Why do you always have to start questioning me about everything? I don't know what the future holds, nobody does. Live for today, we could both be dead tomorrow. Don't say that. We're having a nice day so far, aren't we? She nods, albeit reluctantly. Then why ruin it? I wasn't trying to ruin it. She rolls away and off of him. And don't pout, come on. He looks over at her lying next to him on her back, her arms atop one another and resting across her forehead. Let's take a shower in a little while, go out and find somewhere to eat, then walk the beach if it's not too cold. Sound good? She shrugs. What? What is it now? All he hears is their breathing. He smokes his cigarette in silence. Don't you care about me at all? She finally asks. Not this bullshit again. It's not bullshit. She rolls onto her side, facing him. Don't call my feelings bullshit. What the hell are you talking about? Wasn't I upfront right from the beginning? This isn't supposed to be about feelings. I made that clear the day we met, and now every time we're together you start with this. Oh, you made it clear, okay. Well, didn't I? She gives a sullen nod. Don't do that. Why do you do that? Stand up for yourself. When I do it makes you angry, and when I don't it makes you angry. You know what? Lenny crushes the remains of his cigarette in an ashtray and flops back down on the bed, hands behind his head. I don't need this shit, I really don't. Listen to yourself. You're mad at me because I care about you. I'm mad because you're using it to manipulate me. Don't I mean anything to you? Yes, but I can't. God, what do you want from me? She looks at him. I want you to love me. Maybe in my own fucked up and obviously inadequate way I do, okay? Then why can't you be a man and just be with me? I'm 19 fucking years old, Sheena. We've got our whole lives ahead of us. What do you expect me to do, marry you? What do you expect me to do? See, that's just it, baby. I don't expect anything from you. The roar of motorcycles outside shatters the silence. As they roll past, the entire motel shakes. Lenny gets up, goes to the window, and pulls the curtain back enough to peek out. 3 grungy biker types ride by on Harleys. He watches as they disappear around the bend in the road, then he releases the curtain and wanders back into the room. The rumble of motorcycles softens and fades, the intrusion gone. I just don't see why, if we care about each other, we can't be together. We are together. For now. Yes, for now. That's the best I can do. What if that's not good enough? Then it's not good enough, he says evenly. And I walk. Just like that? What are you gonna do? You gonna leave school if I do, turn your nose up at a degree so you can follow me around, live in some dump in New York and wait tables? Don't be stupid. He paces about, unsure what to do with himself. You can't live your life on a whim, Sheena. I don't consider us a whim, Dot. You deserve better than me, and you'll get it. You're a great person. I'm not right for you, and deep down you know that. She shakes her head hopelessly and sits up, slumped over on the edge of the bed. You have a future. I don't. Why do you say that? Why do you belittle yourself like that? You're smart, you're talented, you're pretty and... I'm not pretty, she says, spitting the word out at the carpet. He comes closer and crouches down next to her. Yes, you are. You're just scared about what'll happen if I'm not around. You see me, someone who has a plan, or at least acts like he does, and you think if maybe you come along for the ride then you'll have some sort of direction in your life too. But you can't hitch a ride on my life, Sheena. You have your own. Think about it. If you really wanted this, would you be on birth control? No, you wouldn't give a shit. But you are, because neither one of us wants little Lenny's and Sheena's running around. So we take precautions. You take the pill. You say it like it's a horrible thing, she says. Would it be so awful to have little Lenny's and Sheena's running around? Are you out of your mind? It'd be a fucking catastrophe. I have plans. I want to chase my dreams, mine, not yours or anyone else's. Mine. Isn't that what we're supposed to do at our age? I don't want to be tied down with a serious relationship, much less a child. Why do I have to apologize for that? What's wrong with you? She opens her mouth as if to say something, but nothing emerges. Holy shit, you are on the pill, right? Sheena looks away. He stands, though he's not certain his legs will hold him. Don't fucking do this to me, don't you? I asked you the first time you told me you were on the pill. You said there was nothing to worry about. She falls back onto the bed and buries her face in the pillow. We've been having unprotected sex for months? He puts his hands on either side of his head. Oh Jesus Christ, are you pregnant? What if I was? She screams. Would it matter? Answer me. Are you fucking pregnant? No. How do I know if you're telling the truth? Something in her dies just then. You don't. Lenny gathers his clothes and begins to dress. What are you doing? He steps into his jeans, throws on his shirt and hastily stumbles toward the door. I'm going out. I need some air. You can't just leave me here alone. Lock the door behind me, you'll be fine. We're in the middle of nowhere. When are you coming back? He yanks open the door, steps into the fresh sea air. Later. Lenny wants to look back at her when he remembers. He wants to turn around and go to her, to hold her and tell her he's sorry and that everything will be all right. But he doesn't. He walks out of the room and slams the door behind him without uttering a word. The past dissolved. He quickened his pace and hurried on through the forest. As he reached an incline, he walked over it and across a huge gnarled root that stuck out of the ground like the contorted and mangled spine of some ancient, long-dead creature. And there, just yards away, he saw the end of the line. The woods gave way to a lot and a literal log cabin, a slow and steady stream of smoke billowing from its chimney. Parked out front was a small pickup. Lenny had emerged from the forest but hadn't quite reached the door when it opened a crack and Meredith Kemp stepped into view. In her hands was an enormous shotgun. The look on her face left little doubt as to her ability and perhaps willingness to use such a weapon if need be. It's just me, he said, raising his hands like the victim of a stick-up. She lowered the weapon and leaned against the doorframe, the shotgun down at her side. Sorry, can't be too careful. I'm all alone out here. What about Marley? He's great if I need him to lick somebody to death. Otherwise, I'm pretty much on my own. She opened the door wide and stepped back. Figured you'd come, just wasn't sure you'd be in time. Lenny moved up her steps. In time for what? As he joined her inside, he had his answer. Several boxes and a suitcase were packed and sitting just inside the door. The house had been broken down and was mostly barren, though a few essentials were still in place. Not going to be here much longer, she told him. You're moving? She nodded, helped him off with his coat and hung it on a hook a few feet from the door. It's time to go. Any chance I could get that cup of coffee you offered yesterday? Haven't had any yet this morning, and I really need to clear my head. Sure, come on. She escorted him deeper into the cabin. The house had a completely open floor plan, with a small kitchen, bathroom and den downstairs, and a loft bedroom up that overlooked the front of the house. As they crossed into the kitchen, Meredith motioned to an island with 2 stools. Marley was lying on the floor over by a bowl and water dish. He looked up at Lenny and his big tail began to wag, slapping the floor with a steady thud. Hey buddy, Lenny smiled, sliding onto a stool. He's guarding his dishes, Meredith explained, moving to a coffee maker on the counter. Since I started packing he hasn't let them or his favorite tennis ball out of his sight. Can't blame him there. He looked around without being too obvious. Meredith's living space struck him as the sort of home that was sparse even when she was settled in. It had the feel a lot of apartments in the city had, a transitory aura that signaled the occupant could at any time gather his or her few belongings and easily move on. So where are you headed? Thinking about going somewhere warmer for a while. Maybe the desert. Always wanted to see Arizona. I don't stay anywhere too long anymore, and I've been here a few years now. Time to move on. It's a no-lease rental so I can just pick up and go. She rinsed 2 mugs out that were already in the sink and dried them with a hand towel hanging from a bar on the refrigerator door. See, I'm one of those women who got married young and worked 3 jobs to put my husband through medical school. When he got out he decided he'd rather be married to one of the doctors he was working with, so he divorced me. I went out, got myself a shark lawyer and turned him loose on the son of a bitch. I made a decent chunk of change in the settlement, invested it wisely and eventually wound up with enough ahead of me to do whatever the hell I want. I'm not a millionaire or anything, but if I live reasonably I don't have to work unless I want to. What made you come here? Same thing that drew Sheena to this town. Seemed a nice place to hide. Sounds like an isolated life. It is. Don't like people much? Most of them I could live without. She poured coffee into the mugs. Speaking of which, I heard you had some trouble with Gus Govan yesterday. How did you know, Dot? I have a police scanner. It's packed now but I heard the call go out. How do you take your coffee? Black, no sugar. She brought him his mug then returned to the refrigerator, added some milk to hers and joined him at the island, standing and leaning across from him rather than taking the other stool. Meredith looked considerably more tired than she had the other day, as if she too had not slept well. Gus is just scared. He gets confused sometimes. He's been through a lot. He kept insisting they killed her. Never did say who they were though. She sipped her coffee. He say anything else? Nobody's what they look like. No response. What's happening in this town, Meredith? I don't know. Please. I honestly don't know, Dot. There's something happening, something strange. Yeah, she said in a defeated tone. There is. What? I don't know. I only know it's getting worse, like the whole town's changing. Changing how? I've seen a lot of strange things, a lot of weird places over the years. But nothing like this. Sheena got caught up in some unusual things. I found her notes. She was working on something when she died, researching mirrors, black magic and memory. I know. She became downright obsessed with all that toward the end. Meredith stared down into her coffee. When we first met Sheena and I hit it off right away. We were both alone, and God knows I'm cynical, but Sheena was more than that. She was broken. I've never known anyone so damaged who could still function the way she did. Once I got to know her she confided in me, told me about things that had happened over the years, all the loss. Her whole life, Whenever she had any happiness at all, it was snatched away. That's how she saw it, anyway, and it didn't take long to understand she hated her life and was fixated on getting out of it. She was that unhappy? All you had to do was look in her eyes. There wasn't much left. She was a sweetheart, genuinely one of the nicest people I've ever known, but deeply troubled. It was like she was marking time or maybe just working her way up to bringing it all to an end, like she didn't have the guts to pull it off yet, but it was only a matter of time before she would. Sheena came here to die, Lenny. Rain spattered against the windows. And as it turned out, that's exactly what she did. Only she didn't throw herself down those stairs. Meredith shook her head no and sipped some coffee, holding the mug with both hands. Was it murder? The authorities said no. I'm asking you. I think she was frightened. She yanked a tissue from a box on the island countertop. Something in that house, in the bedroom, terrified her so profoundly that she ran, took the stairs too fast and fell. Something in the mirror? Meredith blew her nose. I truly believe she had some sort of mental breakdown. She was obsessed with the past and with escaping life, which she'd come to pretty much define as nothing but one catastrophe after another. She told me she was Catholic, but after her husband's death she turned away from religion and started delving into black magic. Nothing too serious from what I could tell, more a hobby or area of interest than anything else. At least until she stumbled onto those articles about mirrors. She tossed the tissue into a nearby wastebasket. The moment she started to research various cultures that believed there were alternate realities in mirrors and that through the use of certain black magic rituals they could be brought to life, it all came apart. She started going through everything she could get her hands on that broke down ancient spells or described how to perform them. Book after book and website after website on the occult, everything and anything pertaining to spells or rituals that might summon life, it's all she talked about, all she did day and night. I know from her notes that she had a computer, but I couldn't find any trace of it in the house. It was a laptop. She left it to me. Would you mind if I took a look at it? There's nothing to see. When I got it, the hard drive was wiped clean. Who did that? Alec Kinney, I imagine. He was in possession of it, and he's the one who gave it to me. Evidently there was something on there he didn't want anyone else to see. Like what? Why would he care about what was on her computer? You tell me. When he didn't, she continued. Sheena eventually decided to try some of the spells she'd found, to test them and see if they worked. That's when I really started to worry about her. She was serious. She was actually buying into this stuff. And when she started talking about blood rituals, I panicked. She'd totally lost it and I was afraid she'd hurt herself. And did she? Yes. She actually performed these blood rituals? You should have seen what she did to her arm. She purposely cut herself. He broke eye contact, sipped his coffee. Did the rituals work? Of course not. Did Sheena believe they worked? I think she did, yes. But not you. I didn't believe it then and I don't believe it now. It's absurd. She reached for her mug. Her hands were shaking. It's impossible, Dot. Why did she leave everything to me? Why did she want me here? Rain lashed the cabin. Marley's head popped up, and with one ear raised he stared at the door so intently Lenny fully expected someone to knock. But after a moment the dog relaxed and returned his chin to the floor. Meredith seemed not to notice. She talked about you a lot. In some ways I feel like I already know you. We were only together a few months, he explained. I dropped out of college after our freshman year. I never saw her again. She told me she dropped out right around then too. But she described the time she had with you as the happiest of her life. She said until she met her husband she thought you were her one true love. We didn't even know each other well. Are you sure, Dot? It was a fair question, and one Lenny really had no answer for. He looked deeper. She always wanted kids. Do you know why she never had any? She told me she had an abortion in her 20s and apparently there were some complications that left her unable to have children again. An abortion? He felt a tremor ripple through him. That's what she said. She'd only been 19 when they were together. That must have devastated her. She always said she wanted a family one day. She only talked to me about it once, and she couldn't get through it without crying. Sheena had a lot of scar tissue. He nodded. Sometimes I dream about the days when we were together, but the strange thing is, in the dreams I'm the same age I am now. That's because even though we get older we feel more or less the same. But in the dreams I'm happy, until I dream of her. And then? Sorrow. Overwhelming sorrow. She said it ended badly, that something happened when you were together. She never said what, but it was clear something awful took place. He put his mug down, brought his hands to his face and forced the memories away. It was a long time ago. Time's relative. So is reality. Meaning you believe the things Sheena did? I don't know what to believe, but I can tell you this. There's something going on with the people in this town. Alec Kinney's secretary was wearing gloves indoors. She was obviously hiding her hands for some reason. And the cop that came to the house yesterday, there was something moving in his hair or, I know this sounds crazy but, under his scalp even, I couldn't be sure. She offered nothing in response but a skeptical look. Sheena's notes referred to. I heard all about it, okay? Like I said, toward the end it was all Sheena ever talked about. I don't know the specifics of the blood ritual. I only know what she told me. She said she cut herself and used the blood to write these ancient incantations on the mirror while chanting some spell or something. You have to stop and try to fully appreciate what it's like to have someone you know and care about suddenly talking this way, and not only with a straight face, but with a passion that was downright disturbing. She said nothing happened at first, but then she started to hear strange noises in the house coming from the mirrors. She said the ritual was meant to awaken and summon others, and that it would open a portal they could pass through. It was the most ridiculous bullshit I'd ever heard. I think Sheena may have died for that ridiculous bullshit, Lenny said. I have no doubt she did. According to the legends, the creatures begin as our reflections. Once the ritual is performed and they pass through, they can spread it from one mirror to the next, and over time the ones who pass through start to revert back to what they really are, what they really look like. The key word there would be legends. Do you know who Jeremy Loudon is? He's dead. Local kid. Died of a heart attack. I think I've seen him. She shook her head. He died before you got here, it was a while ago. Sheena believed he was still alive. I think we've established that Sheena believed a lot of crazy things. She was sick, Lenny, do you understand? She latched onto this foolishness in the hopes it might ease her pain, and all it did was make things worse. It drove her right over the edge she'd been teetering on for so long. You said yourself there was something strange happening, that people were changing. You said Sheena was scared. Sounds like that Loudon kid might have been scared to death. Pretty rare for a 23-year-old man to drop dead of a heart attack, don't you think? Yeah, well, since I'm not completely out of my fucking mind, I'm just not ready to go with the whole monsters coming through our mirrors and dead people walking the streets explanation, okay? Then why did you suggest I look into things? Meredith wandered away from the island, keeping her back to him. Because I knew you were a part of Sheena's past. I knew there was a lot of pain there for her when it came to you, and I assumed there were plenty of unresolved issues on your end as well. You needed to see Sheena was a deeply troubled woman with very serious emotional and mental difficulties. I was her only friend and I feel like I failed her terribly. I couldn't seem to reach her at the end. I don't know you from a hole in the wall, but I do know Sheena loved you, and that you're scarred from this too. She never got any closure. She died terrified and alone. But was she really running from some phantom in a mirror, or was it something else, something real, something from so long ago she'd never really been able to separate it from who she was or what she'd become? You can't fool the past, Lenny, I know that myself. It kills you if you let it. It bleeds you. Slowly. None of this is any of my goddamn business, but Sheena was my friend, and I loved her too. I hoped you could find the resolution she never did, and in doing that, maybe find some peace. I don't even know what that is. Yeah. The line forms to the right. You can play it cool and be a wise ass all you want. You're frightened too, it's written all over your face. You may not know for sure what's happening here any more than I do, but you're not taking any chances. You're getting out. Meredith put her mug in the sink. And I suggest you do the same, she said, finally facing him again. Her eyes were moist. Forget about this. Forgive yourself for whatever the hell you did and move on. From the look on her face, he knew. Only it's not that easy, is it? Especially when you're more than friends. Her bottom lip trembled. Things happened, but it was more mistakenly. We just sort of fell into it, and maybe it's because we were both so goddamn lonely, I don't know, but there was something about her, this effortless way she had of. I understand. Believe me, I do. Sheena used sex to some degree with almost everyone she met, but never as a weapon. Maybe more a shield or just as a means to fight those demons away, I don't know. Maybe that's why Kinney wiped the computer clean. Maybe they'd had something between them and there was evidence on there, I can't be sure. Jesus Christ, is there anyone in town she didn't sleep with? Meredith glared at him. I'm sorry, he sighed. She once told me that she'd done a lot of things sexually, had a lot of partners and experiences over the years and didn't always know why. She wasn't proud of it, but she seemed resigned to it in a way, like it was just the way it was for her. I think she felt a need to do these things. I never have, but I was drawn to her somehow. It was confusing and exciting, frightening and empowering all at the same time. It felt so good to feel something again. For her, I got the feeling it was all she thought she had left, that it was the only way she could still express love and truly feel alive and loved herself. And there was something terribly sad about that. Whether she meant to or not, Sheena caused whatever's going on here. We can't be certain of that. Do you think she was trying to hurt me by making me come here? Maybe she brought you here to die too. Or maybe you brought yourself. For a while, there was only the sound of rain. He walked to the door, pulled his coat from the hook. If I don't see you. She nodded awkwardly. Yeah, take care of yourself. One more question, he said. Do you know what a Judas goat is? It's a trained animal slaughterhouses and farmers use. It leads animals onto trucks or platforms and into pens, that kind of thing. It also leads them to slaughter. It betrays its own kind. You know, as in Judas Iscariot? Why? I saw mention of it in Sheena's notes, he lied. It's curious she'd use such a term. What was the context? I don't remember. This time she knew he was lying. He could tell. I'm moving on, she said, letting it ride. If you're smart, you will too. What if the blood rituals worked? I don't believe in magic, black or otherwise. But Sheena did. He put on his coat. Tell me, Meredith, do you have any mirrors in the house? Her face turned to stone. No. 9. Gripping the wheel tight, he drove toward town along the winding country road, the windshield wipers working furiously to repel the onslaught. There hadn't been another vehicle on the road, and he'd seen no trace of anyone else since he'd left the house. His head swirled with endless thoughts and scenarios, with fear, confusion, and even newfound resolve, and it wasn't until he'd finally reached town that his focus returned. As he pulled onto Main Street, he realized nothing had changed. A few cars were parked, but his was still the only one on the road. There was no one on the street and many of the businesses were dark and appeared closed. The rain continued to pour. Lenny parked near the corner, made a mad dash to Kinney's office and found the same woman he'd met the day before sitting at her desk. She looked considerably paler than when he'd seen her previously. Her hands and arms remained covered with white gloves, and now, she'd added a scarf to the ensemble. Normally a woman wearing a scarf wouldn't have raised any suspicion, but it was a heavy garment clearly designed to be worn outside. She had it casually slung around her neck when he first walked through the door, but the moment she saw him she hastily repositioned and tightened it so her entire throat and neck was covered. "Mr. Cates," she said nervously. Her voice was lower and raspier than before, like she was battling a case of laryngitis. Lenny kept his distance. "Is Kinney in? He's at home today. He isn't feeling well. He was going to get me in touch with a real estate agent if." "Certainly," she said, quickly removing a business card from her Rolodex and offering it up to him. "Archibald Realty is a few doors down. Ask for Jean, she's the owner. I'm sure she'll be happy to help you." He took the card, careful not to touch her gloved fingers. He remembered Kinney's unusually strong grip when they'd first met and shook hands. "I'll be leaving town later today. I'll let Mr. Kinney know the moment he calls in." The woman's attempts at pleasantries were replaced with a dull stare. "It's been so nice to see you again, Mr. Cates. Take good care now, won't you? With a nod and a dull stare of his own, Lenny backed his way out the door and hurried away through the rain. He'd nearly reached the real estate office when he saw him. Dressed in black as before, his dark sunglasses in place despite the weather, Jeremy Loudon walked purposefully along the opposite side of the street, then disappeared into an alley between two storefronts. The street was still empty. No cars, no people. Keeping what he hoped was enough distance to remain undetected, Lenny followed, tailing him through the driving rain. ********. Slipping into the alley, Lenny moved as stealthily as possible, hunched forward for a better view through the downpour. When the man in black cleared the narrow passage and vanished around the corner, Lenny increased speed, his feet splashing puddles as he went. At the mouth of the alley he hesitated, leaned against the corner of the building to his left and peeked around the side of it. An open paved area housed a loading dock at the rear of a feed store. Unless one ventured through the alley, there was only one other way in or out and back onto the street, that being a delivery avenue along the side of the store itself. A small patch of grass led directly to forest on the opposite side, so the area was contained and effectively hidden. Everything dripped and ran with rainwater as it gushed from gutters and streamed along the pavement into drainage grates. Occasional bursts of cold wind blew the rain sideways, spraying it about and making visibility of more than a few feet difficult, so Lenny crouched down and remained where he was. Jeremy Loudon took shelter under an overhang in the architecture near the loading dock and stood motionless, his eyes concealed behind the dark sunglasses. Freezing, Lenny hunkered down, his coat wrapped tightly around him and his chin tucked to chest to ward off the icy rain. Several moments passed, and then, the same Jeep Cherokee outfitted as a police car that had responded to his call, rolled down the delivery road and came to a stop near the loading dock. Upon seeing this, Loudon moved to a door next to the large solid grate covering the loading area, and unlocked it. He then hopped down from the dock and approached the Jeep. The driver's side door opened and Officer Meadows emerged. He and Loudon acknowledged each other with quick glances, then together walked to the back of the vehicle. Meadows opened the rear door, swung it open wide. Something fell out and dangled there. Lenny wiped rain from his eyes. A body lying on its back had been stuffed into the rear compartment, and the head had flopped out. It hung there lifelessly, the face exposed, eyes open, mouth frozen in what appeared to have been a screech of horror at the moment of death, and dried blood staining his cheeks but slowly dissolving in the rain. It was Gus Govan, a bruised and blackened bullet hole clearly visible in the center of his forehead. The two men pulled the body none too gently from the Jeep. Blood, clumps of hair and brain tissue dropped free from the back of his head and splashed on the pavement as they carried it up a series of steps and through the door of the store. Though horrified, Lenny stayed put even when they emerged from the building. Meadows began to speak, but Lenny had never heard anything quite like it. Even at a distance of perhaps 30 feet, coupled with the din from the rain, he could make out a deep, guttural, inhuman sound, more clicking, growling and choking noises than actual language. Jeremy Loudon responded with much the same in motion to the jeep. It was then that Lenny realized there was someone else in the vehicle. The silhouette of a human being was clearly visible in the passenger seat. Officer Meadows choked out more sounds and casually brushed a strand of hair from the side of his face that had been plastered down by the rain. Only it wasn't hair. It moved and whipped about of its own volition, a black and moist mine several inches in length protruding directly from his scalp. He reached for it again, but the hideous snake-like tendril refused to cooperate, lashing about as if searching for something. Unable to believe what he was seeing, Lenny continued to stare, eyes unblinking even in the downpour as he struggled to process what was playing out before him. Without realizing it, he'd begun to inch away from the things, and as he did so, he lost his balance and fell back into a large puddle with a resounding splash. The creatures turned, heads snapping toward the source of the sound. Loudon yanked his sunglasses free. His eyes, they weren't human. The pupils were dark and horribly distorted, long, narrow and vertical, nearly reptilian, and stretched the entire curvature of his eyeballs, while the irises possessed a jaundiced, yellow tint. The diseased eyes moved, locked on him. Lenny scurried to his feet, planning to bolt back down the alley, but a man he didn't recognize stood at the far end, blocking his escape. He stumbled about indecisively. He was cornered, trapped. As he turned toward the others, Loudon closed on him. Deciding to take his chances with the man blocking the alley, Lenny tried to run, but an impossibly strong hand clamped onto his wrist and yanked him back. By the time it registered that he'd been thrown, had left his feet and was literally in midair, he'd already smashed into the side of the jeep. He collapsed to the pavement with a grunt. Pain shot through his kneecaps and across his palms as the skin was scraped away, and his shoulder and neck throbbed, his ears ringing from the impact with the jeep. Head spinning and body aching, he managed to get back to his feet, but Meadows stepped forward and slammed a nightstick across his face with such force it felt like he'd swung it clear through to the back of his head. A bright burst of light exploded before him, followed by excruciating pain, and as he fell, Lenny caught a glimpse of something that looked exactly like Gus Govan sitting in the jeep, its face gleefully pressed against the blurred windshield. And as Lenny's mind splintered to pieces, darkness swallowed him whole. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. She stood near the door of the dingy old motel room, watching him. "Am I awake?" he asked, his mouth dry, throat sore. "It doesn't matter." He remained sitting at the foot of the bed. He'd aged, but she looked just as she had all those years before. "I remember this room," he said, looking around listlessly. "What do you remember most?" "Making love. Here, in this bed." "Is that what we were doing?" "Wasn't it?" Sheena smiled so quickly he nearly missed it. "I remember you on top of me," he continued. "How you'd hold my wrists with your hands and pin my arms to the mattress as if you were afraid I might get away. I remember the feel of your tongue in my mouth, the look in your eyes when I was inside you, the little mewling sounds you made and the way you trembled when you came. And I remember." "What?" "Fearing you." "Why fear?" "I was afraid you'd get in my way. There are consequences, Lenny, to everything we say and do. For every action there is an equal and opposite reaction, right? Our sins impact not just ourselves, but others." "Sins," he scoffed. "Isn't it ironic that those who believe in sin the least are almost always those who sin the most?" She toyed with the curtain on the window facing the street. "Do you have any idea what you did to me? Even now, all these years later, do you have a clue? Sheena, I'm sorry, and I want your forgiveness. But you're not innocent in all this either. You tried to punish me and all you accomplished was tearing us both to pieces. You destroyed us both. You're so dramatic. You always were. And you weren't? I was a human being. Not a disposable memory, not a character in some movie or play running through your head, not a ghost. It was never about you. I cared about you, I did, but I couldn't let myself love you. Not then. I would have championed you. You would have stopped me. You wanted a different life. I wanted you. Why? You wanted a husband, children, and a traditional life. I couldn't give you those things. My love and support could have helped you. She pulled the curtain back enough to see out to the dusty road beyond. But you refused to see that. You might have wanted somewhere deep down to love me, but you couldn't even love yourself. You had to go it alone. Only you weren't alone. You brought all our rotting bones along with you. Your life was pointless and empty, and so was mine. It didn't have to be that way. You could have been with me. There are days I wish I had been. She watched the road, offering nothing more. You had an abortion, he asked, voice shaking, in your 20s? I had an abortion at 20. He clenched shut his eyes. I'm so sorry, Sheena. Something tickled the side of his nose. He touched his face, suspecting tears, but his fingers came back dark crimson. I'm bleeding, he said, tracing the trickle of blood to his eyes. It's black. You're dying. God help me. Your gods are false. The flow increased, running in rivulets down his face, staining him like war paint. Can you help me? All your idols turned to sand. She released the curtain and looked back at him, her face dark. Sand, Lenny. Nothing can change this. Betrayal is eternal. Those things, they're coming, aren't they? No, she said, reaching for the door. They're already here. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. He had the sensation of floating or being carried, but without the luxury of sight or sound. His whereabouts and situation remained a mystery. Thoughts and visions blinked in his mind, familiar voices merged with distant screams and the laughter of human beings masquerading as devils set to the chorus of waves lapping shoreline and the hum of night winds blowing in off the ocean. But like candlelight extinguished with the exhale of a single breath, it was gone in an instant, replaced by new sensations of wetness on his face and the taste of blood on his lips. Lenny could also feel something beneath him. He was lying on something soft and could hear vague sounds of things breathing and milling about nearby. Pain seeped back into his consciousness. Terror came with it. Lenny opened his eyes. He screamed but managed only a choking sound, and as he attempted movement realized he was being held in place, pinned flat on his back in the center of a bed. Numerous faces surrounded him. Some familiar, some not. They stood gazing down at him with consternation, their strange yellow and black eyes the only indication that his captors were not wholly human. To his left was the one that looked like Jeremy Loudon, and next to him stood those that looked like Meadows, Alec Kinney, and his secretary. Lenny's temples throbbed, his body shook and his stomach churned. He feared he might vomit or pass out, and tried again to thrash his way loose, but he had virtually no strength. Panic rose even as he realized they'd taken him back to the cottage, to the bedroom upstairs, to this horrible place of death and deception, rituals and nightmares. Those at the foot of the bed parted and made an opening, while others carefully sat him up enough so he could see the mirror over the bureau just a few feet away. Lenny looked into his own eyes. The blow from the nightstick had caused a bloody gash on his forehead, resulting in crimson smears across his otherwise haggard face. He looked to the others as if to be sure they were really there. They were. Gathered around him, their lizard eyes watched with cold indifference. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. The structure was once a bar. It burned down more than a year before and has sat condemned ever since. The motel clerk told him this when he and Sheena checked in earlier that morning. One cannot help but notice it, directly across from the motel, its blackened and destroyed ruins perched atop sand dunes, the paved driveway leading from the road to its burned-out doorstep cracked and overgrown with weeds. Why the town has yet to demolish this monstrosity is something of a mystery, but even as the sun sets, slipping beneath the horizon with its enigmatic beauty, the ruins stand out against a backdrop of dying light. As if sketched from shadows growing directly out of the sand, the remains of the structure reach toward the night skies and remind Lenny of some dead thing left to rot, its bones hollowed out and its inside scorched, eaten away like viscera left for predators and exposed to the elements. It is strangely fitting for him to imagine this husk of a building as having once been a living entity, since it represents the perfect metaphor. What was once alive and vibrant is now forever lost, burned to its core, exteriors stripped away so that only memories of what had once been or might have been survive. But he doesn't know this yet. In fact, he has no idea. For now the ruins are simply a place to escape to while he thinks about Sheena and their earlier argument. He walks along the driveway and steps over what's left of what was once the front wall, only then realizing he left the room in such a hurry that he's still barefoot and wearing only his jeans and a sweatshirt. Could she really be pregnant? Will she tell him now even if she is? Will he do the right thing either way? Lenny wanders deeper into the building and lights a cigarette. He's not even sure what the right thing is. It's quiet. The only sounds are those of nearby waves gently reaching shore. A breeze blows in off the ocean and filters through the ruins, bringing fresh air that smells like the sea. It is neither warm nor particularly cold this night, and there is virtually no traffic on the dead-end road. After all, there's little reason for anyone to come here, especially off-season. There's the dilapidated motel, a stretch of beach, and a few miles further down, a seedy diner with an ocean view. He and Sheena are the only people staying at the motel. His car, or rather his mother's car, which he has borrowed for this getaway, sits alone in the small parking lot. From his elevated position on the dunes he can see the entire motel. The light in their room has been switched off. He wonders if Sheena has decided to go to sleep. He checks his watch, peering closely at the face and straining to see the position of the hands in the darkness. It's a little after 8 o'clock. He flicks his cigarette away and decides to return to the room, when he sees the outline of someone leaving the parking lot, crossing the street and beginning an ascent up the dunes. "Sheena," he says as she comes into view. "What are you doing?" "I want to go swimming," she tells him. Wrapped in a dark blanket, she looks like a restless barefoot monk wandering the sands. The only clues to her true identity are her bright eyes and a wisp of red hair peeking out from beneath the hood she's fashioned with one end of the blanket. It's not warm enough. The water's probably really cold. "Are you afraid something might happen to me?" She giggles uncontrollably. He looks in her eyes. She's stoned. "What are you on, Dot?" "I had a couple of the beers you brought and I took a hit of mescaline," she says, laughing like it's the most hysterical thing she's ever heard. "You had two, wasn't one for me? Come on." He reaches for her. "Let's go back inside and talk." "Nothing to talk about." "None of it means anything, right?" "I need to know if." "You don't need to know anything." She moves past him, deeper into the ruins. "I'm going down to the beach, you coming?" "It's too dangerous down there. It's dark and..." "Oh, lighten up." The blanket ripples in the breeze. "What's under the blanket, Sheena?" She smiles. "Me." "Whatever," he sighs. "You want to run around out here naked, fine, knock yourself out. I'm going back inside. This is our last night." He stops, stares at her. Together, she clarifies. "After tonight it's done." He feels his head slowly nod, as if without his consent. Sheena shrugs the blanket off. It falls to the ground at her feet. In shadow and modest moonlight she looks ethereal, a doe-eyed wraith with cream-colored skin and fiery hair sent to intoxicate him, to capture him, or perhaps to finally set him free. Or maybe just then it isn't about him at all. Maybe it never was. Maybe she frees herself in that moment. He cannot be entirely sure. With a defiant grin and another burst of laughter, she runs off through the ruins toward the other side of the dunes and the ocean waiting below. Lenny grabs the blanket and follows, screaming her name. Asterisk 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 dot. While the others held him still, the woman slowly peeled the white gloves off and let them fall to the floor. Though her hands retained fundamental human characteristics, they more closely resembled talons. The flesh was a gray color, similar to sharkskin, slathered with some sort of mucus and covered with a vast network of translucent worm-like veins. She stepped closer. The scarf was still around her neck. Something writhed about beneath it. Hyperventilating, Lenny watched as she ran her spider-like fingers across his face and gathered blood from his wound, leaving the muck from her flesh in its place. Lenny's body began to convulse and buck. The others held him tight, keeping him upright so he could see the mirror and the strange symbols the woman was painting across it in his blood. He wanted to scream for them to stop, to get off him. He didn't want them touching him, he wanted them to get away from him and stop this, but he could only form the words in his mind. Any attempt to verbalize them resulted in a gagging sound from deep within his throat. The garments each had used until then to conceal their changing bodies fell away. All were suspended in bizarre in-between states, freak hybrids caught between what they had pretended to be and what they truly were. Lenny could hear things moving, slithering about the floor and slapping the walls, wet sounds of things breaking free, transforming and reconfiguring. His captors began to chant in their guttural tongue, clicking noises and grunts set to a consistent cadence. They watched the mirror with their hideous eyes and made Lenny do the same, one of them clutching his head, slimy fingers wrapped around his chin and holding it in place. And when he tried to close his eyes, more clawed hands found his face, cupping it and forcing his eyes open until he could do nothing but watch the mirror and his own terrified reflection staring back at him helplessly. The beings were so close now he could feel their breath on him, hot and fetid as it brushed across his face, invading his nostrils and open mouth, coating the roof of his mouth with their disgusting stench. And just beyond their terrible noises, his own frantic breath and the rapid thud pounding his chest, Lenny heard something else, something that sounded curiously like wind approaching from a vast distance. He felt it wash over him and move through the room, a hot, dry, desert wind. Coming from the mirror. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Thick darkness surrounds him as he runs through the remains of a corridor, the ground rough and cold beneath his bare feet. He can feel pieces of rock and glass, dirt and cement as he runs, and just ahead of him in the night is Sheena. Her white bare buttocks bounce in the dark as she keeps pace ahead of him, hands out to her sides, fingertips barely brushing the walls to help her maneuver along the winding corridor at such speed. Lenny loses sight of her for a second, but as he runs on he staggers through an opening, the remains of a blown-out doorway, and directly into the path of what appear to be oncoming headlights. Blinded, he holds an arm up to block his face as he loses his balance and falls to the ground. He lands on his side, and the rough ground is painful on contact. He scrambles to his feet and pushes forward. The lights move and glide away, flashing about and moving at strange angles. He realizes they are flashlights on the beach below. There are voices in the distance, and he follows them to an open area. The ground feels different now, softer, damp and smooth. Sand, he's on sand. Lenny comes to a stop and looks around, searching again for the lights or some sign of Sheena, but there is only night and the sound of the ocean. It's much closer now, louder, and he can hear the waves slapping shore. He's standing on the edge of a sand dune. Sheena. No one answers, but from a stretch of beach in the distance comes an explosion of flame. A bonfire suddenly brought to life, its brilliant orange flames cut the night, reaching skyward and illuminating the sand below. 3 dark shapes move about, among them, a nude woman staggering into the light. Lenny breaks into a run. Charging down the dunes, he stumbles forward toward the bonfire. The 3 men stand watching them. Sheena is so close they could reach out and touch her. She laughs and awkwardly attempts to cover herself with her arms. Lenny throws the blanket around her and wraps her in a hug from behind. Sorry, he says, smiling nervously. My girlfriend, she's a little wasted. Parked on the beach beyond the men are 3 motorcycles. The bikers exchange glances. One begins to laugh and walks away, disappearing into the darkness on the other side of the fire. The other 2 speak to each other in hushed tones Lenny cannot hear. At close range he realizes how large 2 of the 3 are, and that they all appear to be in their late 30s or early 40s. They wear matching leather vests, 2 have long hair pulled into ponytails and the third's head is shaved clean. All look as if they haven't had a proper bath in some time. The smells of body odor and alcohol waft about on the sea breeze, mixed with those of the fire. Didn't mean to bother you guys. Lenny pulls Sheena toward the dunes. No bother, the largest one says, a pot-bellied man with bushy brown hair and a matching beard streaked with gray. He smiles. Most of his teeth are missing. Least she ain't. His partner with the shaved head smiles lasciviously. He's taller but much thinner, wiry and has more of an athletic build. I've got to get her home. Lenny turns toward the dunes, but the third biker suddenly appears before them. A dark-haired and powerful-looking man, he eyes Lenny with a menacing stare. His face is scarred, his nose flattened. This is our beach tonight, he says. You're trespassing, Dot. Don't worry about it, Lenny answers, still trying to figure out how he got behind them. We're going. Sheena begins to laugh and pulls free. Taking the blanket with her, she wraps herself in it and stumbles about, nearly falling but catching her balance at the last moment. Don't be so antisocial. Don't look like she wants to leave, the biker says. Do you, honey? Nah, she says, still laughing and moving back toward the bonfire. That's a really cool fire, did you guys build that? The heavy-set man reaches into a cooler and removes 2 cans of beer. He holds one out for Sheena, who takes it then returns her attention to the flames, mesmerized. He holds the other out for Lenny. Go ahead, take it. You too good to have a beer with us? The other one snaps. We need to leave. I'm not looking for problems. Then don't cause none, the man says, thrusting the can at him. Yeah, Leonard, Sheena laughs. Relax. The man behind him takes Lenny's wrist and raises his hand until it meets the beer can. Take it. Lenny does. The men move past him. One of them laughs. All 3 join Sheena by the fire. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lenny knew he was drifting in and out of consciousness, but the terror remained constant. His mind had nearly shut down. It simply wasn't equipped to sustain such degrees of fear, and he could no longer follow the things unfolding before him in any linear or fully coherent way. He knew he was still on the bed, and that the others were still standing over him, but he was flat on his back again, and they were no longer touching him. He tried to look at the ceiling rather than the hideous faces surrounding him, but his head lolled to the side and he could hear something moving up the stairs. The others continued their horrible clicking and chanting, shuffled away from the bed and doorway, and made room for whatever was coming. Lenny wanted to run, to fight and get away, but he hadn't the strength, and his body refused to cooperate. It felt as if he'd been drugged, or worse, perhaps the blow to his head had caused some sort of permanent damage. He couldn't be sure. All he could do was watch helplessly as whatever was coming for him slowly approached. A shadow appeared on the landing at the top of the stairs. Breathing, he could hear breathing, raspy and labored. Slowly, a face appeared from behind the doorframe. Those eyes, that mouth, that hair, that body. Sheena, nude and on all fours, crawled across the floor toward the bed, an impish smile creasing her lips. Unlike the others, she appeared completely human. The chanting ceased, and the others bowed in deference, as if confronted with a god. All Lenny could hear was the wind coming from the nearby mirror and his own pulse pounding in his ears. She moved so close to the bed Lenny could no longer see her. He tried to lift his head but couldn't. His eyes frantically searched the room. Slithering up over the foot of the bed, her body moving more like a snake than a human being. The thing that had been Sheena's reflection crept closer. He felt her hands touching his legs, her breasts brushing his stomach as she moved up and on top of him. Though her lips did not move, Lenny could hear whispers emanating from somewhere nearby. A disturbing hissing sound escaped her, and as she arched her back and threw back her head in what appeared to be a fit of ecstasy, her skin bubbled, as if the bodily fluids beneath it had begun to boil. With her breasts pressed to his chest and her arms clamped onto his shoulders, her body began to distend like rubber. Pieces of flesh peeled away in chunks to reveal a gray network of muscles and tendons, and black snake-like tendrils, just as he'd seen coming from Meadow's head, suddenly burst from the wounds and sprayed the room with thick globs of yellow pus. Sweeping and jerking about several feet in the air, the tendrils flailed in furious motion, then began coiling around him. As the thing on top of him fell forward, embracing him with its clawed hands and slimy skin, its drooling lips pressed against his, the tentacles coiled tighter and tighter about his legs, arms and throat. Just before spiraling into absolute psychosis and the artificial safety of unconsciousness, Lenny attempted another scream. This time he succeeded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lenny remains on his feet and apart from the others. He can hear their voices and laughter, though with the wind can only make out broken pieces of their conversation. Heat from the bonfire surges toward him, flushes his face and leaves him woozy, but his bare feet are cold in the chilly sand. He wishes he had his shoes. He feels vulnerable without them. Still planning their escape, Lenny considers the unopened beer can clutched in his hand. It can be used as a weapon if necessary. Clearly he is the only one thinking in such terms, however. To the three men he is of little consequence, a virtual nonentity. Should the right opportunity present itself, he knows he can use this to his advantage. Lenny can't be certain how long they've been on the beach, though a fair amount of time has passed. The men have had more to drink, as has Sheena. At one point they passed a bong between them, and despite the ocean breeze, traces of the pungent marijuana odor remain mixed with those of the fire. A quarter moon dangles in the sky, watching silently as Sheena, who until then has been sitting and staring dreamily at the fire, stands. The men remain seated in the sand surrounding her. Though she can barely retain her balance, she looks back at Lenny. With an expression somewhere between mockery and defiance, Sheena extends a hand to one of the men seated at her feet. He takes it, rises and slips an arm around her. He and Sheena stroll away from the fire together and settle among the shadows near the motorcycles. Partially concealed in darkness but not quite beyond the reach of light provided by the bonfire, Lenny watches as Sheena begins to dance with the man, allowing him to hold her in his arms as together they slowly sway to a beat no one else can hear. In time, they kiss, the blanket falls free and the man's hands move across her body. Sheena drops to her knees before him as he unfastens his pants. Lenny remains stone-faced and makes no move to stop what is happening even as the other men snicker and moan their approval. Though part of him believes he should stop this, he also feels detached from it, as if watching some fictional staged event play out before him. There is nothing erotic or even sexual about it. It is cold, calculated, mechanical and soulless. If Sheena believes this is somehow a punishment levied at him, some childish act meant to provoke jealousy or rage, she is mistaken. An eternity passes as one man finishes, moves back to the fire and is replaced by the next. Once all three have been satisfied, Sheena finally rises from her knees, again wraps herself in the blanket, and staggers back to the fire. As the flames play across her face, Lenny realizes she is looking right at him, her bloodshot eyes sparkling with contempt, her lips and chin still wet. If she could speak at that moment, he is sure she would ask him if he was happy now. He offers nothing, but refuses to look away, forcing her to break contact first. She collapses down among the men, who welcome her with laughter and open arms. More beer is retrieved from the cooler and handed out. Lenny is ignored. He stands to the side of the fire as he has for so long now, the same unopened can in his hand and held down at his side. He finally steps closer. "I think it's time to go," he says. The man with the shaved head glares at him. "Fuck off." "We're leaving," he says. "Sheena, let's go. Now, Dot. She holds his gaze a moment, then struggles to her feet. Okay. The three men are on their feet quickly. She ain't going nowhere, Potbelly says, taking Sheena's arm and pulling her back against him. We're just getting started. You wanna leave, the scarred one says to Lenny, then go. The man with the shaved head inches closer. While you still can. If I go, she comes with me, Lenny tells them, offering her his free hand. Sheena, come on. Two of the men take Sheena back toward the fire. She doesn't object, but Lenny can see in her expression something has shifted. She wants out. The leader closes the gap between himself and Lenny, standing so close he can smell the man's rancid breath. Listen up, he says. We're gonna drink some more beers, smoke some more dope, and then we're gonna pull a train on that horny little bitch of yours. If we walk out of here right now, that'll be the end of it. If we don't, then you're talking kidnapping and rape. We ain't raping nobody. She wants it and we're gonna give it to her. We walk. Right now. Or what? I'll stop it. How you gonna do that, badass? You gonna kill all three of us? No, Lenny's expression remains cool, even. Just you. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Barely conscious on the bed, Lenny tried to move but could only manage some slight wiggling of his fingers. The thing resembling Sheena was either gone or had slithered off beyond his range of vision. The others were gathered by the windows on the far wall. One window was open, the curtains pulled back and out of the way to reveal a long length of rope being fed through from outside. Methodically, they pulled it through until several feet lay coiled on the floor, and then, bringing the rope with them, they turned back to him and approached the bed. The flagpole, Lenny thought, it's the rope from the flagpole. Though the rain had stopped, the rope was still damp. As they fastened it around his neck and pulled it taut, he realized they intended to hang him with it. He tried again to fight, but moved, and felt as if he were clawing his way up from a bottomless sleep. His eyes found the mirror and the symbols drawn across it in his blood. The reflection beyond them was still his own, but he could barely make it out without raising his head, and when he did, he saw that it was distorted, elongated, and blurred. Stop, he gasped as they sat him up. Two took hold of his ankles and swung his legs around until his feet touched the floor. His head spun and it felt like he was falling, but they held him steady and lifted him up onto his feet. The chanting began again as they led him toward the open window. His head fell back and to the side as if boneless. Framed by the doorway, the silhouette of what appeared to be Sheena watched him from the shadows beyond the bedroom. In the mirror between them, something moved. Something other than his reflection. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Listen real careful. The biker scratches his beard. I'm only offering this once. You can play along or you can turn this into the worst night of your life. Don't mean shit to me either way, but if you keep fucking with me, I'm gonna cripple you. Lenny has no doubt the man could do just that. He holds his stare, tries not to flinch, but with that hesitation gives himself away, and the biker sees weakness in him, the vulnerability of fear. He's confident he could take this man out one-on-one, or at least have a good shot at it, but is he ready to face what will happen should he fight? At best, he knows he'll be on the receiving end of a beating by these men that will land him in the hospital. At worst, he could sustain permanent damage or perhaps even death. The rest of his life is waiting. He despises her just then, but not nearly as much as he despises himself. Be smart, the man tells him. The other men, bringing Sheena with them, return from their position at the fire and stand behind their friend. The flames wash over them, and Lenny looks to her, standing there wrapped in a blanket, eyes glazed. In that moment she knows he will not save her. She vanishes into their arms without a scream or even a whimper, gone with only a look Lenny will never forget and a deafening silence he will always hear, mourning lives neither will ever know. His hand releases the beer can. It falls harmlessly to the sand. And Lenny walks away. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Suddenly, all the terror and confusion retreated, and he was filled with an eerie calmness. He knew what was coming, what must be done, and that there would be no turning back now. They sat him on the windowsill, holding him steady as they lifted the window high enough for him to fit through. The rope was tight and rough around his throat, and his limbs tingled, as if asleep. The chanting ceased and the others stared at him, their cold-blooded reptilian eyes blinking coolly as the tendrils coming from all of them now snapped and thrashed about in the air like tiny black whips. Sheena's silhouette in the doorway was gone, as were the strange movements in the mirror. She died terrified and alone. But something else stood over by the bed now, something that looked just like him. But was she really running from some phantom in the mirror, or was it something else, something real, something from so long ago she'd never been able to separate it from who she was or what she'd become? Like all that was bad within him, all the deficiencies he could not escape whenever he looked deep into his own heart. You can't fool the past, Lenny, I know that myself. As the others turned him toward the window, Lenny saw more of the creatures gathered outside in the yard below. They looked up with vacant expectation, silently anticipating his fall. It kills you if you let it. Lenny could see the rope extended from his neck to the flagpole like a clothesline hung between buildings, and tried to imagine what it would feel like when his weight snapped it rigid and shattered his neck. Hands pressed against his back and shoulders, nudged him forward. It bleeds you. Slowly. He looked back over his shoulder once more, as if glimpsing the very past that had brought him here. Maybe she brought you here to die too. Or maybe you brought yourself. Then his eyes rolled shut and he fell back out the window into the cold open air and horrible silence. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He doesn't remember this part. He remembers walking along the sand until he came to a large boulder amidst the dune grass, climbing atop it, lighting a cigarette and looking back down the beach at the fire burning in the distance. He remembers turning toward the dark ocean and smoking his cigarette beneath the night sky, the tranquil sound of waves rolling into shore then softly receding. He remembers all that as if it were yesterday. But he doesn't remember this. Lying on his back, sunken and partially buried in wet sand, Sheena kneeling next to him, both of them wet and cold. He can feel her shiver against him. Or is he shivering? The moon is above them, vivid and ghostly in a starless black sky. He can taste salt water now and then as small amounts splash up over his chin and into his mouth with each incoming wave. His legs are out in front of him, his arms out to the side, buried in the wet and heavy sand. He can't move. What are you doing? Just a little more, she tells him, cupping the sand and dropping it on him. I'm afraid. We make trades, Lenny. In order to survive, we trade on everything. Day for night, fear for denial, age for time, devils for angels, lies for sleep. And the Judas goat, he waits, watches while we trade on our pain, our souls, even our memories, for the peace or horror of someone else's, then leads us to slaughter every time. Sheena drops more sand over him, letting the tiny crusty beads fall over his face now. I'm cold, he says. Death is cold. She runs a hand tenderly over his forehead and into his hair, pushing the wet strands from his eyes. You remember now, don't you? He remembers lying back on the boulder, staring at the moon for hours and feeling dead inside, like his blood was no longer moving but frozen in his veins. He remembers the sun finally coming up over the horizon as he walked back along the beach. He remembers reaching the smoking remains of the bonfire and seeing beer cans crushed and scattered about the sand along with other bits of debris and trash from the night before. He remembers noticing the deep tire tracks left behind in the sand from the motorcycles, the only evidence they'd been there at all. He remembers Sheena sitting alone, wrapped in her blanket and looking as dead as he felt. He remembers how she refused to look at him but allowed him to help her to her feet, and how together they had walked back across the dunes. He remembers her moving gingerly as they crossed the parking lot and returned to the motel. He remembers sitting on the bed while she showered then dressed, and he remembers the long drive back to the city. He remembers neither of them uttering a single word the entire way. He remembers parking in front of her apartment building, and Sheena finally looking at him one last time before gathering her overnight bag and stepping from the car. He remembers he never sees her again. But he doesn't remember this. "I can't get it back," he gasps. "The way I felt before that night. Who I was, I can't get it back." "You don't get it back, Dot. I'd change that night if I could. But you can't. Just like you, I came here to die. I've known that all along, haven't I?" "Who is the Judas goat, Lenny?" He looks at her helplessly. The sand is packed tight and so heavy on his chest he can barely breathe. "We betray ourselves," she whispers, scooping up more sand. The sand begins to devour him, to cover him completely as the water rises over his shoulders, neck, and mouth. In a panic, Lenny tries to move, but it's no use. He is broken, a rag doll buried beneath the sand. His eyes search for her, but she's gone. He's alone. The sound of bones snapping, splintering, and breaking apart echoes in his ears. An explosion of sights, sounds, and emotions erupt before him like flames jutting from the mouth of a volcano, and he frantically reaches for the moon. It is the last thing he sees, staring down at him with hushed indifference, just before night takes him. 10. When she'd finally driven beyond the town limits, Meredith pulled her pickup over to the side of the road. Marley, who until then had been sleeping next to her, sat up and looked at her questioningly. "It's okay," she said, patting his head. They'd only been on the road a few minutes, but the uncertainty and fear in her had reached a near boiling point. Every few seconds she looked in the rearview, not only to make sure no one had followed her but to make quick eye contact with herself. The look in her own eyes was troubling, and she couldn't help but wonder if Lenny had made it out of Trapper Woods too. Poor, sad, troubled man, she thought, almost as bad as Sheena. Maybe worse. Again, her eyes slid to the rearview. She reached up, grabbed hold of it and yanked it free. Meredith told Marley to stay put, threw open the door and walked to the rear of the truck. She looked around. There was no one else on the road in either direction. She pitched the mirror into the woods, then untied the tarp she'd pulled over the bed of the truck so she could slide a hand beneath it and feel around. Her hand came back clutching an old baseball bat. With another quick look around, she walked to the passenger side. 3 hard swings knocked the side mirror free. She crossed to the driver's side and swung again until that one had been smashed and fallen to the ground as well. As she hopped back behind the wheel, Marley looked at her as if she'd lost her mind. "Yeah," she sighed, "maybe I have." The truck pulled away, heading for the state highway. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Miles away, in the heart of Manhattan, Walter, still in the sweatpants and t-shirt he'd slept in, curled up on his couch with a cup of coffee and the New York Times. He could only hope it would distract him a while, because until he heard from Lenny and knew for sure he was home safe and sound, he wouldn't be able to stop worrying about him. In fact, he'd already decided that if Lenny hadn't called by the top of the hour, he'd try his cell again and see what was happening. Lenny had been depressed more than usual, and now, with all this inherited house business, the ghosts of his past had been running rampant. Combined with his troubles at home and lack of direction professionally, he was nothing short of a time bomb. Later, Walter would stop by the apartment and check on Tabitha. He could hardly wait. Her talent for finding new and wildly creative ways to swear at him never ceased to amaze. He just turned to an article about the presidential race when his phone began to ring. He hurried to the phone in the kitchen and glanced down at the caller ID. The words, New Hampshire, scrolled across the small digital screen. Strange. Lenny's cell always identified him specifically. Uncertainty became concern. He hit the answer button. Hello? Asterisk, 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 dot. In the dream, she was in the tub. Steam rose from the hot water, fogging over the mirror and filling the small bathroom with a curious mist. She raised a leg up out of the water, pointed her toes and studied them a while. The nails were painted black but had begun to chip in spots, and her feet bore the wear and tear of years of dance. Still, nothing compared to the crescent-shaped scar along the side of her knee. A zipper carved into her flesh, it served as a constant reminder of all she had lost. Water dripped from her ankle into the tub, and she made quiet splashing sounds as she again disturbed the water, this time sitting up then leaning back against the curve of fiberglass. Next to her, cloaked in steamy mist, something appeared near the edge of the tub, its head bowed and its body trembling. As she sunk down, trying to escape beneath the bathwater, its mouth opened in a horrifying screech. Tabitha came awake like always, hungover and racked with fear. Alone in a city of millions, huddled in her dark little cave of an apartment, she rolled from bed and stumbled into the shadows. Kicking aside numerous vodka bottles littering the floor, she fell forward against the bureau. She drew a breath, tried to forget the nightmare, and with shaking hands pushed her hair away from her face. Who you are and who you see are not always the same thing. Lenny, she whispered. I'm having bad dreams, Lenny. Help me. You're dead in the dreams, Lenny. Don't leave me. Day for night. Tabitha looked to the mirror next the bureau. And the Judas goat, he waits. Behind her, in bed, someone moves beneath the sheets, stirring and coming awake. Then leads us to slaughter every time. Tabitha's reflection smiled, but it soon became a grimace of horror and confusion. It was wrong, all wrong. What have you done? She sobbed. What have you done to your eyes? Author's note. Some of my research included numerous online articles as well as several books on the topics of mirrors, magic, the human mind, memory, and folklore. 3 that stood out for me were Alan Dunn's fascinating Bloody Mary in the Mirror, essays in psychoanalytic folklorists, Jorge Luis Borges' enchanting The Book of Imaginary Beings, particularly the passage titled Animals That Live in the Mirror, and Martha Lear's Where Did I Leave My Glasses? The What, When, and Why of Normal Memory Loss, a terrific book not only about memory loss but also the topic of memory in general. To anyone interested in these topics, I highly recommend these wonderful works. About the author. Called one of the best writers of his generation by both the Roswell Literary Review and author Brian Keene, Greg F. Giffun is the author of numerous short stories, several novels, and 2 short story collections, Heretics and Down to Sleep. His work has been published all over the world, consistently praised by readers and critics alike, received starred reviews in Publishers Weekly, Library Journal and the Midwest Book Review, among others, and has recently garnered interest from Hollywood. His novels include Children of Chaos, Dominion, The Bleeding Season, Deep Night, Blood in Electric Blue, Saying Uncle, A View from the Lake, Nightwork, Drago Descending, Catching Hell, and The Judas Goat. In addition to working as a full-time author, he also serves as associate editor at Delirium Books. Greg resides in Massachusetts with his wife and a bevy of cats. He can be reached online at author@verizon.net or through his official website at www.gregfgifoon.com. About the publisher. Dark Fuse is a leading independent publisher of modern fiction in the horror, suspense, and thriller genres. As an independent company, it is focused on bringing to the masses the highest quality dark fiction, published as collectible limited hardcover, paperback and ebook editions. To discover more titles published by Dark Fuse, please visit its official site at www.darkfuse.com. Table of Contents. Other books by author. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Author's note. About the author. About the publisher.